Shit. Yeah. They back in the city, got game in the city. I don't think you niggas really hear me. Got a fly ass nigga that's with me. None of you hoes ain't really fucking with me. Some other niggas in the city real gritty. I'm stuck in my paper and minding my business. But I stand on that real shit. I make a bitch bust a full clip. Pull up on me, you might get shot. I be the one saying fuck the cop. Bitch, do I look like an ox or bot? I'm checking your spot just like the cops. I heard you was fucking with the op. Played on my top, you might be shot. Told y'all niggas that I run the stop, but you run your mouth just like a clock. Bitch, who you talking to? I'll beat your ass like your mama do. I roll up in your spot, what you wanna do? Light and bold, who's loving you? I got so much shit that I wanna do. But when it's my time, no one coming through. And I'ma get mine and then I'm through. I'm busting at everything coming through. I get off my shot, I didn't hit the block. I'm looking for odds, I'm chasing that Glock. Yo, when it's gonna stop? I'm always on top, ain't never gonna stop. Yo, I can't be stopped. I'm riding this beat, I put her to sleep. Yo, this shit get deep. Yo, I never sleep. You won't get no peace. Fucking with me, and I play this beat. Yeah, gang shit. Let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride.
What Juicy say? Like, shut the fuck up!
Please, bitch, do not try to cap on me. Like I ain't the hottest out naturally. I go anywhere, my t-shirt and chain, ho, killing shit casually. Like I ain't the hardest in Houston. Like bitches ain't hanging to use me. Like niggas ain't begging to do me. From ballers to rappers, they bitches included, huh? Like I ain't the life of the party. She can't get started without me, huh? Like I ain't take over a season. The summer is Vegas. Bitches ain't eating, I bring the hood out, the classy bitch. Out of Calabasas doing ratchet shit. Thumbing through commas, ain't worried about comments. Ho, I really have it. Invite me, I'm bringing the ghetto. I be with the ghetto. It's in me, I can't seem to let go. I'm going hard in this bitch, going hard for them kids doing shit they ain't seen in the ghetto. I'm going hard for my mama, she knew I could do it. And I pray every day just to prove it. I'm going hard for my granny, she wanted, she have it. The hood going hard for Miss Paxton. Megan can do this and that. Ha, they hate to see where I'm at. They wanna put me in beef. Shit, them bitches ain't talking to me. Southside shit forever, ho. Get a brisk tee from the Texaco. Rocking booty shorts to the corner store. Niggas still trapping out the bagel. Like, I can't even take half of you bitches seriously. Like, half of y'all don't know if y'all don't fuck with me or if you wanna fuck me. Man, I done took out, bitch, I'm out of here. I'm on a ship, out of space, I'm a racketeer. You ain't in my league, bitch, please, you do not compare in a rap game. But I'm really playing solitaire, even if we ever had the same dick before. Don't get confused, we are not the same hoe. I don't give a fuck what he did prior to me. Only thing that matter when he did, when he knew me. Ayy, look at all this blue cheese. Spent that on my jewelry. He know I'm the hoku. She is just a two-piece. First we were just fucking. Now that nigga love me. You need him for support. Together we make money. Take the pussy out his mouth, then put it back in. Before I walk through, niggas know I need the back end. Real hot girl, use the pussy like a weapon. Make him think he finna fuck, then never let him. I got the whole freezer on my neck. Hoes acting petty, but I got the new protect. I ain't say it first, but I'm better than the rest. Hoes throwing shots, but I stay with the best. Hoes throwing shots, but I'm ducking like the Matrix. I ain't seen a bitch pop shit like me yet. Anything I ever seen you do is on D-Net. Every bar spit hard, so the beat erect. Hoes love to play with me until I let it eject. Stomping hoes out in some shoes they ain't seen yet. Hoes love to sneak this shit, bitch, I seen it. You ain't say it to me when you see me, you don't mean it. Real fucking hot girl shit. You know, young Tina Snow still going hard on the hoe. Yeah.
dream is purge. If you get caught outside, then you gon' get purged. Niggas say the word and we gon' purge. We gon' purge. We gon' purge. Bloody nightmares, all I dream is purge. If you get caught outside, then you gon' get purged. Niggas say the word and we gon' purge. We gon' purge. We gon' purge.
Fuck is you on? Fuck as you niggas is on. We kicking the door, we busting the floor, we getting your family gone. Blood in the air, I'm smelling it down. No stopping the bully, I'm gunning you down. You niggas is kings.
Yo. Can I with you? What?
ACT, did you see this?
Look, if it ain't official Dana J, Levi for Kelly, or Prima Donna News, I don't even want to see it. Take the time. Look. You got some weed? I gotta get some. All right, hurry up. Diesel and them here, everybody here, we waiting on you. All right.
But I know that there's more. More for you, more for us.
DJ Discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
DJ Discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
DJ Discretion.
Flow still sick, I ain't talking that pandemic.
Say you love it, what you gon' do now? Hope you're ready, guess I'm really about to put it down. Girl, you know that I will never disrespect you. We have tomorrow, but tonight I want to spank you. That ass down, gotta make it last now. Girl, I'm so, and I'ma beat it up.
Who am I?
A storm is coming.
We coming. Yeah. Are you ready for it, son?
Time to tell the truth.
I can play big bang, take little bang, and holler back.
You're not fucking with us.
I heard that some of y'all out there really thought me T and Twee were through. Been out there talking shit about us while about cool when we were cool. I guess it's time we show y'all niggas out there who's the hottest crew. Three kings of back, we stole this track, but hey, y'all owe us too. We paid our dues, we cannot lose. We stacking paper, so fuck you haters. Ain't nothing new, ain't helping you. We roll with who, kid? What are you doing? I seen the hater in you since way back in the day. You never gave me a chance, but your boy is okay. Now I'm that nigga, 6 figures, I'm bigger, and I'm for more. You're just a hater for sure. Got the truck on 24, yeah. Model chicks on tour, yeah. Getting paid for one more, yeah. New album in the stores, yeah. So many fuckers left a nigga for dead when I wrote it's for you. But this go round, I'ma put it down and I just can't fuck with you. Yo, who get called up 50? Tell my nigga that we back is on. Next in G Unit, don't confuse it. Gangsta music, come on. We paid our dues, we cannot lose. We stacking paper, motherfuck you haters. Ain't nothing new, ain't helping you. We roll with who, kid? What are you doing, hater? I seen the hater in you since way back in the day. You never gave me a chance, but your boy is okay. Now I'm that nigga, 6 figures, I'm bigger, and I'm for more. I'm about to cop me a drop, yeah. I'm about to cop me a drop. I can see that you hate it, yeah. Oh, I know that you hate it, yeah. Nico, I feel you. Yeah, you hate it. And it's alright. Next in who get voice up mixtape, yeah. Does it heat? NATO, uh-oh, yes it is. Ooh, yes. Yeah. Oh, none of you R&B niggas can do it quite the way we can. Stick to dancing niggas. Oh, stick to dancing niggas. Cause none of y'all sing for real. None of y'all can do it live the way that we do. Tweet it all real. Next is talking to you. Yeah, haters, yeah. Haters. Ooh, kid, let them know. They don't know. Ooh, yeah. See, y'all niggas stick to dancing and backflips and shit. And lip syncing. Need a real singing to some real niggas. I'm talking to all y'all niggas out there. I don't care if 112 Jagged, any nigga hear this. I feel y'all niggas, but y'all niggas better step y'all game up, nigga. I've been listening to these last couple albums, nigga. We fucking coming. It's over. Cut this shit off.
Whoa. Well, you see what it is. You see what type of time I'm on today. Everybody coming. So, if you look to the top of the channel, what's up, Trevin? If you look to the top of the channel, Jeffrey Taylor, what's up, bro? If you hit the link at the top of the channel, it's pinned to the top of the chat box. We're going to get it in. The topic is, how did we get here? The cultural conversation, a.k.a. the disrespect, a.k.a. the disconnect. And I wanted to do this tonight because, one, I'm locked out of Pacer into the morning. And two, I wanted to bring some retrospect back into, I wanted to bring some validity back into what's really going on and what's really taking place. I can say that this R. Kelly thing has gotten way out of hand. Way out of hand. And it's just, how did we get here? So if you look to the top of the chat box, it say to be added to the panel, just hit that damn link. And what you're going to do is you're going to hit that link that's there with it. And we're going to just roll with it, man. Now, no disrespect to nobody. No disrespecting nobody. Y'all know I definitely don't have my guests over here being disrespected. I don't care who it is that's over here. If they're guests, they're guests, and we treat them with etiquette over here. No over talking. Let's hear what everybody have to say. If the conversation get heated and it start going, well, let's just one person at a time. But if it gets too disrespectful, I will jump in the middle of it. But other than that, I want to hear from the women and the men, younger and old, women and men, younger and old. Let's get this conversation started. I see my bro Jeff Taylor in the building. Let's get this conversation going. I just sent Miss Angie the link. I think she's still on. Skylife. I'm just waiting, and because what I'm seeing, I'm not liking. I've been not liking it, but it's just gone way beyond now, to the point where at one point it was you disrespecting Kales because Kales don't carry it like that. But now the same people that tried to uphold the mantle are the ones destroying the mantle. And you can't have it both ways. And what's up, TT? and you can't have it both ways. So I would love to hear some suggestions of how can things be curved, how can things go in a different way, how can the respect be renewed back on the YouTube streets and within the community, because it's not just about the YouTube streets, it's about the community. So I look at it like, and when I mean like the disrespect, like when I went home to Baltimore, all of the OGs like, yo, I'm out. I'm like, huh? That's not the way y'all taught us. That's not the way it go. Nah, man, this generation just too disrespectful. How did it get there? How did it become to the point where the OGs just saying, I quit? Let's understand. What up, Joseph? Joseph Lewis in the building. What happened to the, thank you. Joseph Lewis said, what happened to the elders? Hey, Jody, hit that link, man. Let's get this conversation started. I mean, if the men got to do it, let's do it until the women pile in. I would even love for a Boom Boom to come over. I would love to hear Miss Denise Brewer point of view, because she made some good points today that had me thinking like, damn, did I ever disrespect somebody like that? I mean, it really had me thinking. And if I did, then I can't take it back. I just can make sure it don't happen again. So, like I say, I'm sitting here waiting. I'm waiting for, whoever want to start the live off. I mean, I'm quite sure ain't nobody scared, because I seen people jump in the panel before. I seen people jump online. Georgia girl, hit the link. I would love to hear the older generation. Where Levi at? Where Levi at? I talked to Levi early. He said he'd be over. Hey, Lena. I just want to know, like, let's get this conversation going. Let's get this conversation going. Let's not sit here and just act like we scared to have a conversation in front of the world, because that's what it's going to take. The world need to know. And when people understand and know that y'all don't approve it, then it is what it is. I'm going to copy the link again and put it back in the chat. Because, I mean, here we go. Brooke Valentine, hey, what's going on, sis? There it is. It's plastered at the top of the chat box. Let's get it in. No, I'm not on StreamYard, so y'all don't got to worry about it. I will never use StreamYard as long as I got what I'm using now. Way better than StreamYard. Did you just call Malik? Nah, I called Malik about an hour ago, but I just sent them the link. I did just send them the link. So come on, man. Like, come on. I'm waiting on y'all. Let's see. I'm gonna play some music until I get some folks that really wanna jump on here. Let's see.
DJ, say dada. I love you. I love you. Look, I sold a lot of shit in the Air Force. Signed some bad contracts, made some bad choices. Put myself on child support to see my daughter. Now the child support the reason I don't see my daughter. Cause if I don't get the money, then the jail time. Who the fuck I'ma call when it's bail time? Plug, give me them bags, I'ma sell mine. And bust that scrap, Taco Bell time. Cause the beef ain't shit to a meat eater. These hoes might ride, but they backseaters. They said we were living in a Western world. Why I'm only getting hated on by black people? Goddamn, they're supposed to be my fault. Why the hell they be kicking in my door? Why the hell they wanna come and take my door? You said you were real with your life, oh. Bought that pistol to your head, make a chain plan. Kid made me change up the game plan. Probably would've shot you 5 years ago. Now I be feeling like a chain man. These niggas wanna write on the internet. That texting, that talking, that ain't internet. When I see all that shit you talk, when if they hit you, just remember that. But some of these niggas ain't worth shots. Shit get talked out for the word out. Before I ever dap another for a nigga head, I go ahead start flicking birds out. These niggas got the mistake by this. You was shooting the chopper everywhere and you hit them by mistake probably. But I ain't gonna debate about it. I would hit them for the kids. You gon' make me hit them for real. You gon' make me go a nigga's grill. Cause you ain't never trapped for a meal. Tell the nigga death don't scare me. I ain't like these niggas, don't compare me. If you gon' kill me, then do it, nigga. Don't be tryna let nobody tell me. I remember when the Juice record first hit. All the DJ was playing my shit. All the bad bitches was on my dick. When shit got rough, then everybody sweet. When my money got funny, now my baby mama mad. Had to go start back drinking all bad. Had to go start back running up a bag. Just to get back to where I'm at. Grandma died, nephew died. Got a pole for to go to sleep. Why I drop it head after hit, but they don't notice me. Pop them perk, pop them perk, pop them perk, don't hold me. Every time they see me out, I already know they notice me. Hit a whole different ball game. Back on that bullshit. Young Nudie voice. Hit.
All right. So I put the link out there. I extended the olive branch to people, and now nobody want to hit the link. Nobody want to hit the link. Okay, cool. All right. Like I said, we're going to talk about disrespect. Okay. Now I'm going to show you just how much I can handle this with no problem. We're going to talk about disrespect. First things first, I Papa. And I'm going to talk about two situations that's going on. Since nobody want to hit the link, hey, no problem. I'm going to show you how it can go. Just like this. So, all right, cool, Jody. I just hit the link, but until then, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm not waiting. So, disrespect in a culture, right? When old football players would get mad and throw their helmets and stuff, nobody said nothing. Oh, here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Angie in the building. What's going on, Angie?
What's good with it? Hold on, let me exit out of this.
Waiting for Angie audio to connect. Hey, Natalie, tonight I'm not talking about it because I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but I will talk about it tomorrow. So
why is it still?
Angie Walker.
Let me mute.
I want to thank Miss Angie for coming over. She just took her volume off. I just put our volume back on. It's like now, but when Angie ready to get on, she'll unmute herself. But when I'm talking about disrespect, all right, let's go here. When I was growing up, right, it was people who was scared to disrespect your elders because not only did you get a beating from your elders, but then they would take you home to your parents, and then your parents would beat them, and then your parents would say thank you. Time out. I grew up in an era where child abuse was really broken bones and bruised and closed eyes. That was child abuse. But we had to go walk and get our own switches. And we got beat with stuff called jelly belts. I never forget it. We got beat with yardsticks and stuff like that. That kind of helped instill fear, but we had the respect of the elders. Now, when you have the older folks that I like to call elders, when you have them to the point where they saying hell with it, where do we go next? That's the question. Where do we go next? Because when the elders remove their self, we don't have nobody else to run to. That's our wisdom. But no, we too busy with our pants hanging down sagging. We too busy talking about, excuse my French, but we too busy talking about we can hit the next chick that got the big ass. We ain't thinking about who's watching. So what I'm starting to see is, and I'm gonna honestly say that in this R. Kelly fight, I participated in disrespecting a lot of people when I was disrespected, when I could have just walked away. But me walking away after being disrespected, I wasn't mature enough at that time to do that. However, now I can laugh at it. But right is right and wrong is wrong. So where do we go now when all the elders say we ain't dealing with that no more? That generation is too disrespectful. And that's the reason why I have the panel, because I like to hear from the older folks. And I did it so younger folks can listen to their point of view and where they coming from. And even if y'all want to jump on here, younger folks, and ask questions and put scenarios out to the older folks, that will be a good thing. Because now we can see how we deal with stuff versus how they deal with stuff. And we can see how a lot of them lived a lot longer than we are. Their lifespan was like 85 years, 80 years. What up, Midas?
Yo, what up,
Their lifespan was like 80 years, 85 years. Our lifespan is what, 18, 16? Let's make it make sense. And Ms. Angie, you can jump in anytime you want.
Oh, I was waiting.
Midas, you can jump anytime you want. Let's make this make sense. Our lifespan is now being eclipsed. Why? Why is the lifespans being eclipsed? Let's make it make sense. No, I don't want to do that one.
I don't know. In my point of view, it just seems like they removed the father from the home.
I think people need to wake up. And until people wake up, there's nothing that we can do. There's nothing that's going to happen. So, Ms. Angie, what you think?
Dana, did you hear Midas speak? Can you hear us, Dana?
Hold on.
Can you hear us?
Ms. Angie?
Yeah, I don't think you heard me just now either.
Midas, what you think?
I just think they removed the father from the home. And once you remove the father from the home and Eve refuses Adam.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do this. Because for some reason I can't hear what y'all saying. Hold on.
Hey, what up, Angie? You can hear me? You good?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Midas?
Yeah, since I can hear you perfect, man. Respect.
wonder. Thank you. I wonder why Dana can't hear us.
2, 3,
And
output.
Dana got too much technical stuff, man. Dana,
Right.
Dana always evolving.
Right. He
All
done
right,
hooked up one too many.
all right,
You can
all
hear
right.
us now?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
because me and Minus, we can hear each other, and you can't hear us. I'm like, now wait a minute. You got the motherboard. You supposed to be able to hear us. I mean, and I don't know what you got plugged up over there, Dana. Stop
Wait a
plugging up
minute.
all this stuff.
Wait a minute.
You confusing everybody.
I was trying to look at some pieces because I was like, wait a minute. I know I ain't going nothing right. Okay. Now I see what it is. Okay.
Okay.
Dana got like 4 computers and a bunch of boxes they're organizing. Like,
Nah. What it was is I had it coming from my audio interface instead of having it coming through the earphones so I can hear you. So, okay, we'll be good now.
Okay.
I can't do
Okay.
StreamYard anymore, so I had to get on Melon, man. This is so much better, so much smoother, everything.
Oh,
yo,
okay.
this is nice, man. This is pretty nice.
And it's cheaper than
Right.
StreamYard. I tell everybody, get off StreamYard, go to Melon. Trust me.
How many people allow you to have?
Unlimited.
Oh, really? You can have unlimited people up here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. That's straight. I got to check that out.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's a good topic that you brought to us tonight. I think, like Midas said, I didn't think, I don't know if you heard him. He was saying, like, they removing fathers out of the home. I believe they took a lot of the church aspect out of, I don't mean growing up black, most people, some involvement with the church, that was a given. Now I've seen where as people have gotten older, it's now more of a choice. Before it was a requirement. You was gonna have some aspect of church. You was gonna go to the retreat. You was gonna go on a church trip. You was gonna go to the beach on the church bus. You're gonna do something with the church. So
Right.
you're gonna have a sense of religion somewhere in you. I believe that we became so lackadaisical with that. People not really, mm, you know, of course, people not thinking that keeping a family unit together is important anymore. I think that plays a part. So we lose a lot of our teachers that way out of the church from the family. So we lose a lot of instructors that way. And now all we have is a bunch of dysfunctional people instructing each other. And we're learning from what we see. We emulate what we see, what we hear others do and see, especially around this sector.
Right.
That's what I believe, one of the biggest issues, if you want to bring it from, real life into, I don't want to say real life, but out of offline into, online to YouTube. I think that's what we're seeing.
Well, let me ask you this. Because I know where Mike is going to go with it. So let me cut him off real quick. And because Mike is going to go deeper deep. So do you think that do you think that when they took the fathers out of the homes, that was the whole setup and their plan of getting this one control system going, meaning that it was easy to take prayer out of church because that's all they needed was one person. But now it's hard as hell to get it back in. So I'm wondering, could the government have been behind that, and that's all they needed was that one person, and to say, okay, let's take prayer out of church. I mean, out of school. Let's take prayer out of school. And now that people want to put prayer back in schools, like, oh no, why?
Right. So when you look at both those things, prayer in church and the males out of the homes, you can say those things have been done systematically, right?
Okay.
systematically. Now, whether what the motive was, we don't know. What the result is, we're
Catastrophic.
living it. We're seeing it, right? We're seeing how that has impacted us as a culture, and definitely, and really something. If you look at it in a large part of society as a whole, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The ones, well, no matter what color you are, if those things, if you were impacted by those systematic functions that were instilled, I mean, you may say the government, you may say it might be the environment, all both of those things could have been played a factor in what happened and what we see now.
Okay.
A lot of, where I live, a lot of this gang culture, and I mean, self snitching and all of that, that's celebrated. I mean, and back in the day, we would get in trouble if we celebrate those things, if we participate in those things or whatever. Even, I mean, I can remember getting in trouble in my 40s for wearing some sandals, right? That was, well, they was, we know them as sandals. They were slip ins. My toes was done, whatever. I got in a whole big old trouble, or whatever, because I'm not supposed to wear slip ins outside of the house. I mean, not to chew gum and all that type of stuff, whatever. Now, I thank God that I had that type of strict rearing, right? Because
Okay.
it played a part in who I am, and some of the things that some of the ways I have or whatever. But we just don't have that anymore. You don't have that auntie getting on you in your 40s. They want to cut the food with you. You going to get a gun to shake somebody up? Well, they will pick me up. I got my gun too. I'm riding too. Nobody is talking any sense in you. So yeah.
So Midas, what you think?
Well, this whole situation started, I think, mainly in the 60s, but especially like Marcus Garvey. They've been practicing with us. We're infiltrated by Luciferans. So if we look at all of our top societies, all of our top black states, they all have the most murder, the most crime. New York, I actually I call myself a refugee from New York. Me and my family were
Okay.
refugees from 80s New York. I used to live right next door to a place that was like the Carter. So I would see people hopping out the windows, 11-year-olds, like in the middle of the street, and they'd be shaking and convulsing. You know what I'm saying? These are girls. I would see like young men who would every night what they would do is bust fireworks. If you bust the fireworks, people could use the guns. You see what I'm saying? So it'll mask the sound of the guns. So this is the situation that brought us into a beast system, whereby you are encouraged to be deviant and you are discouraged to be good. There was a video the other day with mediocre tutorials, right? Where a young man went on there trying to talk to a lady. He said he was a nuclear physicist and he's looking for a wife. He works with the Navy. The girl's like, okay, cool, next. She didn't want to hear nothing from him. She's like, he's too boring. He doesn't have the swag of a man. So we are brought into a matriarchal system, right? Whereby the women now have support from the government. They get child support. The man is incentivized to be out the house. The woman is incentivized to get the man out the house. And we've been so like that via Lyndon B. Johnson through Martin Luther King in 1966. So whenever we hear this 66 thing, we always have to be very cognizant. That was a very strange time. That was the upheaval of the world in the beginning of the beast system to run Eve away from Adam, to run the children away from Adam, and be able to eat the children, meaning destroy the societies. I don't know if anybody's watching all the Pizzagate and you don't want to get into that, but you're destroying the societies. We could look at Chicago, the missing kids. We could look at all the things that are going on with the porn, OnlyFans. These kids are getting paid to show themselves. I talked to a young woman the other day, right? And she has a boyfriend, but she doesn't have a husband. And she does her little skimpy pictures on Instagram. She says, I made so much money off of that. Why I need to get married for? You know? Yeah. But that's just where I see it at right now. We gotta go back to manhood. But I see Judah with the Black Wall Street. We could have built a million more Black Wall Streets. Jigga had money, Hammer had money, Puff got money, Tupac had money, Suge got money. Where is our new Black Wall Street? All you gotta do is take a backwoods place, set it up, put some homes, bring black folk out there. The Nubians had more of a Black Wall Street than anybody else, and they got destroyed through the pedophilia thing, right? So we gotta understand what Satanism and what Christianity really mean, yo. Yeah, respect.
I'm gonna say this. First of all, I'm gonna say happy birthday, Tupac Shakur. Today is his 51st birthday. Now I'm gonna get into what you were saying, Midas. A lot of people don't understand when you talk about the child support situation. A lot of people don't understand about the two societies, about the two parts, the public and the private. A lot of people don't understand about the Constitution as well as the treaties. At the end of the day, I agree with you about we could have built a couple more Black Wall Streets. But the problem is not that we didn't build Black Wall Street. The problem is we didn't think it out enough to have a backup plan when they destroyed Black Wall Street. Why? Because everybody had the crab in a barrel mentality. And as long as you have the crabs at the bottom of the barrel, what happened? The other keep pulling. I don't care how much one get to the top. If he try to pull somebody up, somebody gonna pull him back down. And that's what we seeing right now, even in this R. Kelly sector, as Ms. Angie said. It's a lot of crabs in a barrel. It's a lot of me. It's a lot of I gotta do this and don't know what the hell you doing. At the end of the day, we as a melanated people have to come up with a plan to really think things through. If not, we're going to be done. And now that they have escalated the attack. It's crazy. It's real crazy now. Big Bob, what's up, bro?
What's going on, everybody? What's up, Dana? Miss Angie.
Hey, Bob.
What up, Big?
What up, Midas?
Yo, Midas, you loud, bro.
Y'all talking. That's something. This is a topic this is a subject that I speak about a lot as far as parenting and children, the differences in what we are seeing today compared to. I'm not old, but I have a lot of knowledge of, where I come from. You know what I'm saying? When it, a lot of the stuff that's going on. So I've been listening.
So, okay. So pretty much we just talking about how we're lost and how the disconnect and the disrespect came about within the community. Because yes, you have been talking about it, Vi, and you've been spot on, bro. Especially with the missing people in Chicago joint. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. And because now it's like, how can you say you from Chicago or say that you really care about the people in Chicago and you have people that's missing and you're not even talking about it?
Each and every day. And I think what happened with the black community, what happened with our community, because I hate to say black, what happened in our community when we came up, when our people came up in the old days or when they was going through hard times, they leaned on each other. But as society transitioned, they made the woman and the man start to battle with each other. It became a power struggle. The woman, I can do just as much as you can do. The woman in the beginning of the time understood her position. That's why you see back in the day, women, they were truly what they were meant to be, helpmates. They did what mothers supposed to do. But what the government did, they made the woman feel as though you can do everything that this man doing. Therefore, you don't need a man. So now it's like, what I need you for, I can put this together myself. So now, you have a man that, if men like to do manly things, but now you got the woman feeling though she can do just as much as he can. So now it's like, and once they start doing what we do, now it ain't even a relationship no more. It's a battle now. And once they turned it into a battle, then there it goes. Like, that's why I tell my friends, my brother, man, if you don't do nothing else, if you don't listen to nothing else I got to say, man, don't argue in front of your children, bro. Because once you and your old lady, baby mom, whatever, start to argue in front of your children is looking at that as a tug of war. Like, they want to see who gonna win. If if the mama overshadowed the daddy, then guess who the children gonna pick? Mama side. If the dad overshadowed the mama, guess who the children gonna pick? Dad. So when you put your kids in a situation like that, they gonna lose respect for somebody. Either they gonna lose respect for mama or they gonna lose respect for dad. And that ain't gonna be a good look because they need both. They need a balance of both.
Right.
Right, Big Rob. Hello, chat. Hello, Dana. Everybody else that's on the panel tonight. And Big Rob, you're absolutely right. And coming from a blended family, I had four already. I had my last child with the man that I'm with now. And with that being said, we had that struggle going on until we started seeing different behavior problems inside the school. Once we started figuring out that we was the problem, we started handling that problem. And I don't have no mind coming up here saying it because it's the truth. Everything that you just said was the truth. And one thing I had to realize, being a single parent at one time, I never down talk my children's father to them because I wanted them to have their own relationship. Eventually, kids will see on their own. And when it comes back to you talking about where the disrespect started coming in at, I'm gonna tell you, Dana, I was a single parent and a teen parent, and this was back in the 90s. So once my, and I'm gonna say my children because that's the generation. Once that generation started having babies, they started being those kids' friends. What a lot of people don't realize is the universe. Like, we all know that it was young grandmothers, but young mothers, when we was growing up in the era, we was mothers first, friends second, and then we made sure they had what they needed, right? With that being said, these young mothers is now taking on their children as friends. They're growing up together, they're partying together, they're smoking, getting high together. So why do they feel like they have to respect you? Because now you're disrespecting. See, children want you to lead them. They don't want you to be their friends. And this is where the disrespect is coming in at. Now, when it came to you saying, oh, I had to think to myself, did I disrespect these people? Come a time when we become adults. And yes, we look up to our elders. But once our elders start disrespecting us, it all goes back to you give respect, I give respect. But once you start giving disrespect, I give disrespect. And for me, I'm an adult. I take on as my elder, but once my elders start disrespecting me, then I do come out of pocket. But again, everything starts with in home and it ends with in home. And I was on, been on your channel plenty of times. Don't drop down and say nothing. But when those babies got killed, you was on that live stream. When you was crying, I was crying. It wasn't because my kid got killed. It was because I actually seen a man kill. I actually seen a man be vulnerable. And this is all real women ask for. And I feel like the welfare system gave black women that ideology. I don't need a man. When in fact, they wanted that man in the home. We was just hiding them because they wouldn't give our men that opportunity to make the same amount, even if they was in these government city jobs. You understand what I'm saying? So where you had to go and get public assistance, but they don't want that said man in your home. So now you're hiding them. And then you get to the point where you get so comfortable being on the system because you see what this white man is giving to you, not knowing you're gonna wind up owing. I.e., why women don't understand, or even some men, you're on welfare. You hit the motherfucking lotto. You trying to figure out why you ain't get your money because they're still taxing you. You paying them back, and that was the key thing. Don't and that's a part of slavery too. If y'all think about it, we don't need y'all to depend on y'all men that's in these homes. If we're paying for this and that and the third, these black men need to be, but these bucks need to be gone because now white zaddy is paying for everything that you need, and you gotta conform to what we say. You understand what I'm saying? And I understand all that ideology. And it's so funny because people say, "How do you deal with the times?" Because I have a 29-year-old, a 26-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 9-year-old. And what I learned is that through all those kids that I had, their generations is getting worse. So I gotta make sure that I stay grounded and ground my kids and let them know what I seen coming up in a late 70s, early 80s, and everything else. I try to give them my experience. Understand your kids got to go through what they need to go through, but once you let them know that you're not their friend and you stand your ground, you'll get more respect. See, me personally, my mother knocked me upside my head when I was in my 30s, and I ain't never jumped bad at my mom's, but I seen these young kids out here fighting their parents. Why? Because they disrespect them because y'all never showed them no respect. And I always say you have to show them in order to get what you want back.
And Ms. Angie, what do you think about it? That's a good.
Oh, I agree with her. I mean, I agree 100% with what everyone has said. You know, and listen, I mean, it shouldn't surprise nobody, but hey, I had to put my hands on my child at what 28, you know, and she's 28, you know. So it's even though. And I think it's because of the time, like she was saying, when we came up, it was respect wasn't something that you had to show to get whatever you was taught without the room. You're gonna pay your elders respect. You know, I don't care if they cuss you out, hit you in the head, whatever. If all the everybody on the street beat you down or whatever, you gonna just come in the house and you're gonna, you know, be respectful, like, hey, Miss Johnson and Mr. Jones and Mr. Jacobs, they all beat me up and whatever, and your parents gonna be like, okay, what you did and what have you, right? Now in this generation, as you know, as the kids that we're raising now, they don't have that kind of respect. That they don't know nothing about that. They know about
they
disrespect.
probably don't have it.
Right.
Their parents don't have it, Miss Angie.
Right.
Because like you say, back then, when I was a kid, I was born in the late 80s. But when I was a kid, if I was at the neighbor house cursing and they heard me, the neighbor gonna come out there, tighten me up, gonna call my mama. Look, he was down here cursing. Yo, my mama gonna do? Thank you. And when I get in the door, guess what? I'm finna get tightened up again.
And you already knew, Big Rob, why you was getting tightened up because you knew the neighbor done snitched on you, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm in New York, so not all the time I drive. I be on the bus and the trains, and I hear these kids cussing like crazy. And at a time when I was growing up, we already knew if we seen my mother friend, we wasn't cursing, we was whispering because we knew we was gonna get told on and in trouble. And I appreciate that. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. My kids tell me every day, Ma, we're thankful that you was hard on us. Only one of my kids ever been in jail. That's my oldest son. And he said once he had his child, I ain't going back. He done been shot, stabbed, hit in the head, all that shit. And it wasn't because he had to be. It's because he thought he was missing something out there in these streets. Me and his pops already told him. But you know what? Another thing. I had to let him go through that in order to see what you don't want. Because you see, he's 29 and he got friends in jail. I'm talking about New York upstate jail doing 30 to life for what? Drugs? Come on now. And y'all got my man R. Kelly sitting in there for charges that we all know that he didn't do, but we see rapists. Like right now, I was just on YouTube and I was watching the case where this man he brutally touched the child, went to jail, and they gave him 30 years. And y'all trying to give this man life. And I'm talking about a 2-year-old. I hate to speak on it because I hate that our community, not even our community, but this government don't respect the truth. The truth of the matter is anybody that violated a kid should never come back out on these streets. But we talking about a man that dealt with adults. Y'all got him in there on some double jeopardy bull crap, and y'all not even speaking the truth. But we see the truth, and this is why I come on these platforms so I could mingle with my people, my fellow like-minded people, thinking people. We see what's going on, but the respect is only gonna come back once we start respecting ourselves. We got these young girls, Instagram models. And I ain't never know nothing about an Instagram or YouTube until early 2000. I want to say like 2010, and I don't even think Instagram was really popping back then. But I didn't grow up on this shit, and these people fail to realize is that y'all come up here, y'all have these different personas, y'all disrespectful to every community. I'm talking about young, old, middle age, all that. But then y'all want respect. How? How y'all gonna get that respect back? And so that's where the balance comes in at. Stop trying to be these kids' friends and mentor them. If you really want to do something, this is why, and I'm gonna take it off topic. This is why I don't go in certain places like the manosphere, because everything is blamed on a woman. No, it didn't start with a woman. Women always wanted men. Honestly speaking, I don't want to be ahead of my household, and I'm not, because I know where my position is at. I'm gonna make sure me and my kids is okay, but I'm also gonna make sure my man is okay when he can't pick up that slack. But the head of the household is him, and it shouldn't be no other differentiate. Now, don't get it twisted. Women, we could do everything y'all men do, but that's how I was growing up. I was raised that the man is supposed to take care of household, this and that and the third. Yes, y'all lead, we follow. That's why we y'all ribs. We don't have to stand in.
Lana.
Yeah.
What does that get back to?
Do you hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So what I was saying. Yeah, so what I was saying is when they see real men up here, or even people that's trying to be respectful, they don't respect it because they never grew up on respect.
Right. Well, I'm gonna
say this. But I have one of my cousins that runs a record label. You might see Invest in Black Records in the chat. I want to say welcome, Dream Team. Let's welcome my cousin H, aka he runs and owns Invest in Black Records. That's one of the melanated owned record labels or black record labels that's doing well out of the South. And I sent him the link, and because he's from Baltimore as well. He's actually from the streets as well. And it's weird to see how the streets look now. I've never seen the street with no order. And that's what we seeing now. And we seeing no order. We seeing no nothing. So how can it be no order, no nothing when the real gangsters and everybody that was there, they demanded order, but they demanded structure. And
exactly.
And it's like, even now with the R. Kelly case, even with this sector, and we clearly see the government don't have no order. They have no structure. They put in their motion to eliminate that they don't want Robert pretty much to have a defense. Just shut up and dribble, or shut up and not sing, just show up. I mean, I'm lost with that.
I'm honestly not lost with it, because any powerful person, and regardless of if he have the equipment to read, write, or do anything, he's powerful through his message, and that's called his music. So I'm not lost, and this is why we don't have a Malcolm X right here no more, and this is why we don't have a Martin Luther King. No matter what people think of them or thought of them or whatever the case may be, these leaders that was actually speaking some truth into something and having a powerful saying, and that comes through his music. I'm not lost. Like when they did that to Bill Cosby, I understood why. See, these people want to take control of their life, and because and it's so messed up to say it, but the industry never was for him. The industry was never for him. And what? Yeah.
Lena, when I said I'm lost about this,
I'm not talking about as far as the industry not being for him. I'm lost about playing fair. I'm lost about the rules. I'm lost about how the government says that nobody want to play fair with them, so they got to use unlimited tactics to do what they do, when it's technically them who don't play fair with the people who they know that they can't beat. And because they're not playing fair, that makes a well-conscious person like me lost, because you can't say one thing and then do something else and think we supposed to just sit back and watch it. And then it goes to the point where when you get out there and start exposing it, they want to do things like shut your channel down. But they want to do things like they want to do things like demonetize you. But they want to do things like get you out of here. But they want to do things like have you locked up and stuff like that. It's to me, in order to beat the feds, you have to incorporate the Fed mentality. And when you do that, they consider you a terrorist. That's why I said it's making me lost. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I understood what you were saying, brother, and I get it wholeheartedly. But one thing I realized about the judicial system is it's always that up and down, and that's why they call it a Libra, is a scale. And I really honestly I never felt like that scale was ever gonna be in our melanated favor. You understand what I'm saying? Because I feel like this government is ran off of stealing, robbing, and lying. So in all honesty, I'm flabbergasted about what's going on, but I'm not speechless, and I'm not gonna say I don't understand. I understand it all too well because I've seen it happen to the best of them. But at the end of the day, this is why we need a Dana J. This is why we need a Levi for Kelly. You understand what I'm saying? This is why we need these type of entities up here, Big Vibe. You understand what I'm saying? Up here to keep that message going on so it don't get lost in translation. Yes, it's supposed to be equal justice, but we know that justice is really not in our favor. But at the end of the day, I get what you're saying, Dana, and that's why I'm always over here. No pun intended. The bottom line is that y'all, we the people, the ones that honestly are we the people, not the go along, get along game, but the people that understand what is going on and how we're still being derailed in a society where we're supposed to be free, where equal opportunity or equal justice is supposed to be just that. Give me a fair trial. He ain't never have no fair trial, because guess what? Before he even went on trial, his name was being dragged through the mud. And so that's where I know the injustice came in at. But brother, at the end of the day, I'm gonna stand with you. I'm gonna let y'all talk, and I appreciate everybody that's up here, especially Miss Angie, because like she said, we all know it was a time where it wasn't no talking back, and when our parents was having conversations, we got that look and we know to go in the room. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is because a lot of us has, and I'm gonna say a lot of us, because I've been in a position to where I felt like I failed my kids, but I had to get back on track when I got myself together. A lot of it is self-healing, knowing what you need to do as a person and a parent, because you want to get your kids in a place to know that you don't have to live my generational curses. It's time to break it somewhere. And thank you for having this open forum for us to come up here and speak on. And I'm gonna let somebody else speak.
No problem.
You know, it's crazy. You know, our biggest fears now, and I don't care how old your child is, I'm still checking in on my child. I'm trying to keep her off the pole, keep her off the twerking on the Instagram, and now I want to keep her off the twerking on the TikTok. Okay,
Right.
at her age, this is crazy. And
Right.
like, I knew back in the day, now I mean, I don't have some lapse in judgments or whatever now, but I mean, back in the day, I knew, and it's YouTube provoked, okay, but prior to YouTube, okay, I'm Stella, right? So prior to, I mean, so I knew, you know, what was wrong, right and wrong, and whatever, you know what I'm saying? But now you got to check in, like, make sure y'all ain't you ain't twerking on the Instagram, is you? Okay, you ain't no Instagram thought or nothing like that. Like, it's crazy. You got to, like, who developed all this stuff for us to be worried? I mean, you got
They know.
to make sure they stay off the pole. It's crazy.
Right. And I said that yesterday on my live. I said, I was telling people, I said, back in the day, our parents didn't have much of, they didn't have no, the only opponent they had was Child Protective Service. And that only came if somebody was just being spiteful and just called them on you. Nowadays, in the Y2K century, your parent has technology up against their teaching. And if your child is hooked on technology, your teaching is not being taught. I asked my son, what would you rather have, money or respect? He say, I want the money. You don't understand life. This is why I'm trying to instill this in you. Because money can get you things, but respect can put you in places where money can't even take you near.
Right.
You need to understand it. So when I
Talk that
talk to my
shit.
son, my granddad taught me what it was to be a man, what it was gonna take for me to survive. That's why when y'all hear me talk, I talk the way that I talk because I listen. I didn't have a phone in my hand while my granddad was talking to me. I didn't have headphones on, walking around with a hoodie on in the house all goddamn day. Now our children are so, their attention is only on this internet. And guess what the internet is doing? Started moving faster and faster, so your child is started becoming more attracted. And you sitting here talking to them, they not listening to nothing you saying. And once you hear them, guess what? They go to school. What happened? Oh, my dad hit me last night. Oh, we so sorry for you. We so sorry. We're going to get DCFS out there. Take you. I told my son, when they take you from me, do you think they going to take you somewhere where people care about you at? They ain't going to get it. Guess what? You're going to be wishing and praying. Why I told on my dad. But you got to get through that. But see, that's what these children don't understand. They think that grass is green on the other side. And like I told my son, I'm a man that had to come to my mama at 20, 21 years old and say, you know what? I used to feel like what you did was so wrong. But now that I understand, I apologize. I gave you a hard time for nothing. You were telling me right. That's why today I walk the way that I walk. I talk the way that I talk. There's so many people, when they see my mom, they tell my mom, look, you did a good job with him because of the respect that I show people. I give everybody respect. My parents, I see people on social media, Facebook, Instagram, they do stuff, talk certain ways. Man, I be on my Facebook like, I know my mom on here, my auntie on here, my sisters on here. Ain't no way I'm on here talking about my private. I'm not talking about another woman private. You know, I'm not on here being, you know, certain stuff I don't do because I'm always mindful of other people watching.
Yeah.
But you got parents, like everybody been saying on here, they friends with their child. When did it ever become a thing?
Right.
Your parents tell you, look, when my company when you see your mama friend walking across the street, you might well go ahead in the room. And if you repeat you repeat one word that was said during a conversation, guess what? Man, you probably gonna be headed to the dentist tomorrow. Cause that backhand gonna be like a horse kick. You know what I'm saying? Shut your mouth. When you go to grandma, you better not tell mama nothing that's going on in my house. I don't care what it is. Boy, you go to grandma's house, you look like you want to tell, but you know you got to go home. You want to deal with them whooping? Dana said switches. I don't know if Dana know about the willow switch. That's the one that wrap around your leg when they hit you with. Yeah, I'm talking about. Oh, that willow switch. Yeah, it's like a whip.
Huh? Ms. Angie, you don't know
that willow's.
I've gotten only 2 spankings in my life. No, I don't know nothing about no going to get no switch or none of that. When I'm tell you something, when I moved from the burbs and I moved to the hood and I saw people, and it usually was like they had sisters and brothers. I'm the only child. They had sisters and brothers and stuff, and the sister got to go get the switch for the beat up. I was traumatized. I was like, I would sit on my porch and just like people are actually going to get switches and all this and the beat. What is going on?
Yeah, that willow switch was nothing but a whip. That willow switch was nothing but a whip. That's it. It was like a whip.
But I'm gonna tell you this. Picture this. Picture a real skinny tree limb on a bamboo type looking tree, and you get hit.
And somebody getting beat with that?
Yeah,
man, the thing will wrap around your leg.
And Miss Angie, and I mean, and when you whip it, it's like what it sound like. But listen,
for real, hey,
you feel it until it's already off you.
Yeah.
Then that's when, and then the thing about it is, don't you know how a bee sting feel?
Yeah.
Picture that times 40,000 because it heats up and before you feel it.
I'm telling you, I took one of them right there because, you know, my grandma. I thought I was I was a fighter. You know, my mama dealt with domestic violence with me coming up, so I couldn't help her. So when I go to school, I take it out on one of them little fools in there that want to cut up. You know, I cut up bad. You know, but guess what? I thank God for the people, my granddad, my barber, you know, my cousin dad that saw the potential that I had, that took me and sat me down and showed me a different way. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate them people every day because I was one of the ones. I remember my mama tell me, "You gonna be locked up or dead somewhere," because I used to be so angry. But now, you know, I feel so much better as a dad. I feel so much prepared as a dad when I talk to my kids because I done been through some things, and when I talk to them, they be look like, "Dad." I be telling them like, "Look, man, I was just like you. I didn't believe a lot of stuff until I started seeing it. But the only thing that helped me is the people that raised me had already prepared me and told me that these things was to come. So when they came, I was able to deal with it. I didn't fold. I didn't run. I had to deal with them. And not right now to this day, all I do is I try to tell people different. I try to give people positive, you know, feedback. You know, I always try to bring logic to a lot of the stuff, like seeing people say they for women and they say they're advocates, but come on, why does it only matter when it's a celebrity versus a regular person? You know what I'm saying? And
Thank you.
our people don't understand the simple fact that when you seen Charlie Sheen, Epstein, Weinstein, you just see the other people. Why wasn't it a circus around them people with their people? It wasn't no outrage. Charlie Sheen was giving women HIV. There wasn't no outrage in that sector over there. But when it come to our sector, they didn't went from, you know, this case compared to, they didn't went from Law and Order with Bill Cosby to Jerry Springer with R. Kelly. This shit's crazy.
Hello, talk about it, boss. Speak that.
Yo, they actually had to stop Charlie Sheen. They had to stop that shit real quick because Charlie Sheen was about to bring out that Kerry Mullis information. If we check Weinstein, he was wrongfully convicted. Because all the ladies he dealt with were like older. And they were like celebrities trying to get a come up. They actually called him like, "Yo, I need a job. Can I suck it?" You know what I'm saying? Can I hand him a business? So they got us all confused right now.
They made an example out of Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. They made an example out of those two white men, but that wasn't before they put Cosby away. See, it's always a trickle effect, and we already know what Hollywood stands for. It's called Hollywood, and we're not going to pretend like we don't know what the industry is about. If you have good people behind you, then you won't be a predator. You won't be the prey to the predator. And at the end of the day,
but the biggest predators are never incarcerated. Oprah Winfrey, for instance, who talks about molesting a 7-year-old.
Hold on for a second.
Wait, hold on a second. You talked a lot longer than me, sis. Relax yourself,
no. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I respect
you.
And I was about
to respect. I respect you too. You know, especially coming out of New York. I respect you too. But here's the problem: a lot of our women have become trans males. A lot of our women become trans males, and they're now mad at the trans women. It don't make sense. If Malcolm X came back tomorrow and said, "Y'all hoes need to relax, and y'all men need to make these women submit. Get the family back in check. Be removing this child protective service, removing this child support, removing this domestic violence thing. We're going to get rid of divorce settlements. We're going to get rid of alimony. Y'all hoes want to go and fend for yourselves on the streets. If Malcolm X said that tomorrow and said we moving that into policy, y'all will be against it. Even though Eve is about to get removed, woman is being removed through law. That's what R. Kelly's case is all about. Removing the woman through law. I
And
can't
that's
even bring
why
her
I
over
appreciate
state.
Dana, because they won't be able to remove me through law once I go and get myself acclimated the way he said through my social security and making sure I'm authenticated with my birth certificate. What's your name, brother?
Midas Spade.
All right, Midas Spade, and I'm Lena. So with that being said, I'm never gonna disrespect the male. Number one, I don't feel like I can beat you, and I'm not as masculine as you. I love my femininity. That's number one. Number two, I heard what you were saying. At the end of the day, I understand why you feel like the need to be taken away or acclimated or whatever the case may be. But I'm a parent that does pay child support, and it's not because I feel like I'm obligated or the law had went to me to do that. No, it's because that said child is primarily with his dad. I went and did that on my own. That way I can make sure that he is getting what he needs because I have a separate household. Again, I understand why certain laws are in place. I was one of the people that was against them defunding the police department, and I'm going to explain to you why. Everything needs order. And I feel like unless we're going to do a revolt, and that revolt is said black people that has that same mindset coming together and is of a masses, we're really not going to get nowhere. So in the meantime,
but that makes no sense. If your own society is being destroyed by our own blacks, if Black Wall Street was destroyed by blacks who bust the first shot, then how are you going to talk about you going to revolt
the first shot
against the thing? If your own
listen,
society
no,
is
you're not
run
listening
by
to
Lori
me.
Lightfoot,
You
that
didn't hear what I just
allows
said.
all this stuff, Oprah Winfrey,
I agree.
Obama, relax, sis, because you said you're going to respect, you can't overtalk. I didn't overtalk. I just interjected.
No, you cut me off. Right.
You know,
so that's
because
disrespect.
you go long.
But I'm still respect you.
You go
So go
long,
ahead.
and men have to start being able to say you go a little long, and your thing was a
And
little
so
long,
do
but
you,
right
and
now
I
it's cool.
listen to you,
You know
and
what
that
I'm
was
saying?
respect.
But
But I'm gonna allow you to speak,
women
brother.
need to get back in check.
Because
unless women get in check, Eve is removed, and man is going towards transsexualism. Lucifer will be rising. However you
Lucifer been
feel about it,
rising.
nobody
Lucifer
cares.
been
No.
rising before the
Lucifer will
transsexual.
be rising. Eve is
They
being
already
kicked out
been
of the
rising.
garden right now.
No, Eve
Eve
could
is
never
being
be
kicked
kicked
out of
out
the
of her
garden. She's
garden.
been,
I never
she's been
felt like
rising for a
Eve.
minute, for a couple of years, decades, but y'all keep seeing color. It's really about people who eat kids and people who don't eat kids. It's as simple as that. There is no color. There is no race. If you check the Bible, there is no color.
It is color. It is
If
color.
Black
It
Wall
is
Street
race.
was set off by
Hey, wait.
blacks,
It is color.
then
It
how
is
you gonna
race.
say
And I
that?
do see color.
Wait. Let's not argue one another
I'm
about
not arguing with him. We're having a conversation, an open conversation, because bottom line is I respect how he feel. And see, this is why a lot of people can't come up here and understand when someone else is speaking to them. I don't have to agree with him. I'm not arguing with him. I respect how he feel. I have a different outlook on things. But the bottom line is I don't have to be right, and I don't feel like he has to be right. We just have to respect each other. That's why when he asked me to be quiet, I did. But then he tried to tell me I overtalked him and he cut me off. But at the end of the day, he's still a man, and I'm gonna let him lead and speak. But I never, and I didn't grow up in the era to where I thought that I was the head of anything as far as wanting to be more masculine than a man. Do I feel like I could beat a man? No. But will I protect myself? Yes. One thing I have learned as a woman, and I've always said this to my daughters as they was growing up, because all I could give them is the wisdom that I put myself through, right? So when I knew that I ain't like to get hit back, I stopped striking men. Fuck what I went through with anybody else. You don't have the right to put your hands on nobody. So what I do tell my sons is that person hits you, and you feel like you can't get out of it, protect yourself, right, wrong, and indifferent, female or not. Because a lot of times we all know when they call the law, or because a lot of females play that game. I was just always the chick that played the game. Is we get into it, ain't nobody calling no motherfucking body. Either we gonna be back together or we're not. But there ain't nobody calling that man. You understand what I'm saying, brother? At the end of the day, what I realized in society, Lord, watching my moms go through different things with my pops, and then with her a next relationship, if you're conformed to this government, and we all know why the said black man and the projects came up, was in place. It was in place to remove said black man from that household, and a lot of women did conform to that. Then we had the drug epidemic, and of course what you said, Eve is out. We ain't never been out because y'all still depend on us, regardless of how you look at it, if ends or buts. Even if you are of the upper echelon and you took a female on whole bitch, whatever you want to call her, it don't matter to me. I know who I am, so those words don't matter. You still got that female beside you unless you like the different sex. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I could ever be downplayed, but what I can give is some guidance to my next generation if they choose to listen. Because like I said, 29, 26, 20, 14, different eras. So I had to grow up differently with each one of them. And in a sense, I kind of failed them because at the time I did want to be their friend, but I understood that that's not what was getting us nowhere we needed to be. And then healing had to come into place. You said I was going crazy. As a matter of fact, I've been talking too much. Talk, bro, because you told me I was long-winded.
All right, hold on. Jeff is on the panel. I don't know why Jeff couldn't get in, but Jeff called in. So, Jeff.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all feeling, man? Peace and blessings to everybody on the panel and in the chat.
Hey, Jeff.
What up? No.
Hey, Jeff.
And I can't hear you.
Hey, Levi, but the link is at the top of the chat box.
What's up, Jeff?
For everybody saying, and what's up, Jeff? You ain't gonna be able to hear him because I got him coming through my earphones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just enjoying the conversation, and it's a very productive conversation, and it's a conversation that I think that cases like with Tails and others alike bring, light to the situations that we need to have as it regards to the way that it has been designed. It's been designed for our people, our women and our men to be at odds with each other by the dominant society that was strategically planned through historically through different social systems. Even with, and I think somebody touched on as far as with the welfare system. If you go back to the 60s and the 70s, they destroyed all the careers that the men had, which were majority factory careers, and they implemented different drugs such as heroin and later on the crack epidemic. And the women and children were left in disarray with no other option but to...
Thank you, brother Jeff. Thank you. I said that.
Government assistant immediately told the woman, the black woman in particular, that if you want to be on this program, you have to get rid of your man, and we'll give you free housing, we'll give you food, we'll be your man if you get rid of your man. And the man suffered, the woman suffered, and the children suffer as a result of this social dynamic. So as we look at it is today, you got people that children are out of whack. I think a lot of it has to do with the music. It's so disrespectful. Me being from Chicago, looking at the drill rap scene, I think this is something that me and Levi and JoJo and Angie touched on the last time that I spoke with them. I've never played with the dead. I never played with people that were deceased. But if you listen to the music, they're making light of people that have been killed. This is generations of, and in Chicago and other cities like that's heavy into the gang culture, they're making light of generations of lives being lost and putting it in music and ha-ha-hee-hee when it's not a ha-ha-hee-hee situation. So I think it's a ripple effect looking at the crack epidemic. A lot of the children that we see now, they say, where are the OGs? Well, if you look at the history in Chicago, in the mid-'90s, they took away all the chiefs or the guys that had any major influence in the street and took them and locked them away. That was the if you chop off the head, the body will fall. So this is what we're witnessing now. This is the children and the grandchildren of that epidemic. I'm going to fall back. I just wanted to touch in and tap in with y'all, but I'm listening.
Okay. See, Jeff, Levi even came in. Man, if you don't get on this panel, bro.
What's up, brother?
I don't know why My phone won't allow me. It's telling me I'm backstage and everything, and it just won't.
No.
It won't let me.
No, look.
I don't know why you can't see.
Look. Once you hit the link, right? Once you hit the link, it's gonna tell you to put your name on and everything. At the bottom right, press join. Once you press join, it'll come up just like, because if Levi can do it, I know you can do it. Because Levi don't like dealing with the computers.
I'm not a computer guy either. I did that because I turned my camera off. It asked me, do you want your camera on? I don't know if that's a problem. I got an Android. I don't have an iPhone. I don't know if that's a problem, but I thought it.
Oh, no, I got Android too.
Oh, okay. I'm going to try. I'm going to leave out and come back in.
All right.
Try it again. All right.
Hold on.
Well, Levi for Kelly is back on. Hold on.
You got it.
However,
what's going on?
What's going on, bro?
However, what's going on? You guys been pretty good.
Yeah. So you know the topic, right?
Yes, sir. I've been listening.
Right. So the topic is, how did we get here? The cultural conversation, aka the disconnect and disrespect.
Well, first let me say this, that how do we get here as far as the R. Kelly sector, and how do we get here as a people, and how do we get here as a society? How do we get here as a world society? Yes, sir.
All of the above.
Yes, ma'am. Well, let me say that I'm gonna start off by saying, is Brother Midas here?
Yes. Midas.
How you doing?
Yes, brother. Respect, man. Respect.
Respect, my dear brother. You had made a statement earlier that you were given a hypothetical if Malcolm X was here, and he would say the hoes basically to the left and the women to the right. I must say that, on this YouTube journey, I can count the times that I've called a woman out of her name. And I'm not, this is not for you, Midas. This is for everyone that's listening. I would think that Malcolm X would never refer to a black woman, especially not that you did, but he would never even fathom referring to any black woman as a hoe. Listen to me. I can count on one hand how many times I called a woman out of her name in over 3 years of being on YouTube. And, we all have our bad moments. And this one particular woman that talked about my mother, and I, was just going through it, thinking about my mom, and I think I referred to her as a B-I-T-C-H. And I tell you, no sooner the word left my mouth, I felt like nothing. I felt like I was just the worst man on the planet. I think that I'll give you an example. The movie Malcolm X was written, Spike Lee directed it, but it was based on the book of Alex Haley. And in that movie, towards the end of Malcolm's life, when he knew that he was about to become a martyr, he raised his voice at his secretary that was at the Audubon ballroom. That's a true account. And he said, "What do you mean?" He started yelling at her. And she walked out. And when she came back, he said, "Sister," he said, "I'm so sorry, sister. I didn't mean to speak to you that way." Our culture as a people, we must understand when we say the culture, it was given to us. This is not our culture. What we refer to as the culture, the hip-hop culture, our culture was not something we made. It was something that was given to us. Everything we have as a people, I'm going to deal with the people first, us, black folk, or Dana like to refer to as colored, whatever. Everything that we possess as a people is hand-me-down. Unless you've been blessed to build your own home from the ground up, the house the house that you stay in, other people, white folks used to live in it, more than likely. The schools that your children attend, they had those schools when there were flowers out front, and it was, if you go back to all these high schools that black people now attend, black children in the inner city, at one time it was all white. If you look at the pictures, the lawn was manicured and they had, just a beautiful school. The clothes that we wear, Versace, Gucci, this, that, everything, our culture is a hand-me-down culture. And I say that to couple it with calling Malcolm never referring to a woman when he became enlightened as a B or H, is that even how we treat our women, how commonplace it is. Even myself, I've been in conversations with niggas and said ho and B, but when you think about it, it is the lowest form of human existence to refer to a woman, especially a black woman, as a female dog or a hoe. Now, does that mean hoes don't exist? Bees don't exist? Yeah. But the question is, who and what made those black women who can be referred to as a hoe or a bee, which they call themselves that now? Who and what made them that? What I'm saying, let me cut through the chase. What I'm saying is this: when I was about 8 years old, we went on a trip down south. It was my first time going to Georgia, where my family is from. And it was a small town in Georgia. And I remember when I got off of the Greyhound bus at 8 years old, walking outside of the Greyhound bus station, and what I smelled, I will never forget for the rest of my life. It was a freshness. When we got to the small town, the smell of the grass and the cows and the pigs and that whole environment smelled so much like God to me. It was a natural smell and it was a godly smell. Well, I say that to say that if we really knew how unnatural we have become as black men and women, you wouldn't be able to look at yourself in the mirror. We, Brother Midas, have been turned upside down, inside out. I know that you have your grievances with the Bible, the Holy Scriptures, but yes, while the Bible was tampered with, while we are reading a certain person's version of what took place in the days of Yahshua and Moses and all of the prophets, the truth of the matter is that God would never allow anyone or anything to extinguish his light and extinguish his word. No one can do it. Now, what they did was you have to decipher the Bible. They knew, listen, they knew, if you look at the end of that book, the Holy Scriptures, it says, if any man changes this word, it would be better that you were never born. The word of God is nothing to play with, but they mixed truth with lies, and they contaminated it, but they only contaminated it enough because they knew these. Listen, let me cut through the chase, man. Dana talked about Robert's situation. Those are intelligent people that sat around oak tables that drafted those indictments, motions, complaints, response to motions. These are intelligent people, okay? Satan, Shaitan, the wicked one, the prince of darkness, the prince of darkness. People don't even catch that. Satan's referred to as the prince of the, well, damn, if he's the prince of darkness, who's the king of darkness?
Take your time, brother. Come on, talk about it.
Yeah, no one's
in
ever.
that place that he was at. That's a
That's right. That's right. So if Satan is referred to as the prince of darkness, who is the king of darkness? And I'm going to tell you who the king of darkness is. These are intelligent, wicked people. It is the wickedly wise that put us in this condition. It is the wickedly wise that put the people in India in the condition at the end, that went through Africa. Tricknologists. But whenever you're dealing with a tricknologist, the only thing that can combat someone who uses tricks is an intelligent thinking person. Brother, sister, you have to be an intelligent thinking person. If thinking people put Robert in that situation, how the hell can YouTube help get him out when nothing, most of 95% of the stuff that's being espoused and dispensed on YouTube is ignorant speech, ignorance. I see people reading paperwork, but don't even comprehend what they're reading.
But Levi, you said it. They gotta be thinking people. Like you said, how this YouTube, the people that you talk about, they can't. So the people that we know on YouTube that can, that's the ones that we watch.
Lena, let Levi finish. Let him finish.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Lena. You're right.
Because you know
when
Levi lose topic, I want to hear.
When we consider, and I'm joining both subjects together, black people and the R. Kelly situation. When we consider that nothing that we have done in the YouTube sector has even put a dent in what they've done to Robert, because those who did that to Robert knew. They knew whenever you get a group of thinking people together, all we got to do is set a disruptor, a distractor, a detractor, a distractor. All we have to do, it is the oldest trick in the book. Every single black civil rights, Nation of Islam, you name it, Noble Jew Ali, every black movement that has ever started out genuine and sincere was infiltrated. It's simple. You send a nigga in, okay? And that nigga is going to disrupt and tear down everything. Listen, if you look at how they dismantled those civil rights organizations and those black power organizations, and you, brother Midas, if you look at the first Genesis in the book, when Satan disrupted heaven, and God says, well, you can't come up here no more. He restricts Satan to earth. If God is all power, why would he have to restrict Satan to kick him out of heaven? You all power. No, you can never have.
Can I respond to that, brother? Because the way this is going is as though I'm saying something wrong. The question I asked was, if Malcolm X came back tomorrow and said, y'all need to get these hoes in check, and told the women, y'all need to submit, what would happen? And this is exactly what happened. Now, as a thinking man, and I know you're a thinking man, you know I calculated this very closely, and I have to refer to my other brother, Khalid Muhammad, when I say this, because he referred to Nahum. And in Nahum 3:1-7, let's say Nahum 4, because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts, that selleth nations through her whoredoms and families through her witchcrafts. So that means that the prince of darkness is really a princess of darkness. So people must catch that. And I believe you, I don't know if you were alluding to that, but people must catch that. And this is
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me say.
Oh, can I just put that.
Wait, Lena, this. 1 second, please. Whenever we look at how our societies are infiltrated, right? It's always through the feminine. They bring in the feminine. Right now, if we look at Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, we could also look at Patrisse Cullors. We're going to color, but color is selling us by allowing 21 plus children to be murdered during 2020 riots. If we're going to follow God, we must follow the Father. We must be able to put the woman in check. Otherwise,
This is
we're gonna go
what I
off
want.
serpent, which is the
Yes, sir.
trans.
I got your point. I got your point. Listen, sister, if you whatever you're about to say, because I want to respond to exactly what Midas just said. But Sister Lena, if you want to say something real quick, I don't want to lose my thought. I want to really respond to what Midas just said. Sister Lena, did you want to say something?
When he was saying that it was a female that was the darkness with the man, I was saying that because when God outcast so-called Satan, Eve wound up going behind it. So a lot of that. So I'm really on spirituality. I'm intrigued about what y'all talking about. So I'm gonna shut up. I want to
Okay,
just listen
let me
because at the end, yeah.
yes, sister. Thank you. Let me say this to Brother Midas without being condemning, or I don't ever want you to take my words personal. We're having a conversation as men. The black man or no other man could ever put a female in check. Us as a society, we could never, we don't have the power to put females in check. Listen to me, brother. How could we have the power to put females in check and we came from females? How could we have the power to put females in check when the same females, I don't give a damn if they're a crackhead or a hoe or this or that, they were strong enough to carry us for 9 months. Listen, brother, if man was faced with the responsibility of carrying a seed for 9 months, it wouldn't be nobody on the planet. I don't care. This is how, I'm going to tell you how you put a black woman in check. You check yourself. You carry yourself in a dignified way. And those who are willing to build a family with you, deal with you, acknowledge you as a man, that is the beginning of the black family structure and the beginning of our real culture. Check this out. And those who don't, you knock the dust from your feet and you say, I love you, sister. Thank you, sister. And you keep it moving. But this idea that we can impose on black women and put them in check. Now, black women naturally follow men. Naturally. Listen to me, brother. No, bro. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. It is as natural when a woman gets pregnant. If you and I got pregnant and something was growing inside of us, we would go crazy. But naturally, they acquiesce to it. Naturally, they become mothers. Naturally, that whole childbirth process is natural to them. A man is natural to them, brother. Is natural. So while we may think that we can impose our will on women and say, I'm about to listen, I'm going to give you a prime example. You got pimps, which is the lowest form of a human being to me. Pimps. Pimping women. No. Pimps. I don't care how big your stable is. I don't care how much wealth you have achieved from pimping women. All you've done is pimp yourself. You pimp yourself to the universe. You've crawled on your belly. You have become a goddamn beast. You are the personification of the lowest of the fucking, excuse me for swearing, the lowest of the low. What I'm saying to you, brother, I'm going to listen to you, but I want to be clear on something. Every great spiritual man that has ever donned this planet came from a woman. Women are the closest thing we can even imagine God to be. So this imposing your will or putting these black women in check, this, that, and the third, it can never happen. And that kind of language, I believe, is verbal masturbation, if you will. It's just it would never produce anything. It's verbal masturbation. The black woman is naturally drawn to a real black man. Now, yes, because we are so far gone now, because they have been our women have been indoctrinated into this European satanic stuff. Yeah, they gone. But let's not get away from the natural and now try to say we can bring them back. Only the one that's closest to him can bring him back. This is why Satan, metaphorically, in the Garden of Eden, did not go to Adam. He went to Eve. He got in Eve's ear because he knew that Eve was the closest to the Creator. Even though Adam came first, it is Eve that was the closest to the Creator. But check this out. Even though the Bible refers to the woman as the weaker vessel, I challenge you, brother, when my baby was born, every man listening to this, if you were in your children's lives, when you walk around the mall and the baby's in the stroller and you pick the baby up, or you're at the grocery store and the woman says to the man, hold the baby. Man, that baby, we hold that baby, about 20 minutes later, we want to put that baby down. But that woman can put that baby on her hip, talk on the phone, cook, clean, mop. You understand? Iron with the baby right there on her hip. So who's physically stronger? Who's mentally stronger, brother? So I just don't want to go down this road where Sister Lena is thinking, when Sister Lena says she is willing to submit to her husband. No, Sister Lena.
No. I choose me first, though. Listen. Everything. I'm happy you said what you said, and that's why I was being quiet, because what you said is exactly what I was thinking. One thing for sure, two things positive. When I came around this time to get with the person that I was with, I understood what I wanted and certain things I was gonna accept and not. But that took a lot of time because I need to do a lot of healing. So again, I may not agree with a lot of things that he was saying. I'm gonna let him speak because he's a man. But Levi, thank you very much, because no man can't shut me down, and because I found my voice. Because there's a time where we women did that, where we didn't have a voice. Like he said, they put us in our place. That's because we had a fear. Nobody should never feel like they can't speak or have a free will or feel like they want to speak out or talk about what they don't like. And that's where I got with him. But when you ask me, did I have anything to say? I'm happy I shut up and let you speak, because you said what I wanted to say, and it didn't come out in a way where I was arguing
Yes,
with him,
ma'am.
and he probably received it better from you. And I want to thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Give me 3 small seconds, Brother Midas. So I'm gonna let you respond as long as you want. Let me tell you where we as men, black men, where we go wrong even saying something like that. God created man, and his instructions to man was, here's the creation. You have it. You're my vicegerent. Subdue it. Run it. How do we look as black men punking out? Talking about we gotta put our women in check, but we're not men enough to put the goddamn world in check, man. You can't put your woman in check until you can put these goddamn demons in check, these goddamn prosecutors in check, these presidents in check. When you put them in check, then talk to me about putting the black woman in check. And I'll be quiet and listen to you, my brother, with all love. Go ahead, brother.
Respect, brother Levi. As it says in Genesis, the only thing God ever told Eve, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. That means the man rules, because if he does not control the satanic inclinations of the woman, he would then allow her to eat her own seed, and she will be replaced by Eve, or not Eve, by Lilith. This is what's going on right now. This is why we're seeing the transsexual agenda. This is why all these demons you're talking about taking care of. Lori Lightfoot runs Chicago. Kim Fox, who's the whole other crew, the whole surviving R. Kelly crew. We got to keep these hoes in check. We got to put these hoes in check because of their many whoredoms. Kamala Harris, they need to be in check. And if Malcolm X ever said that, not only will the women buck, but the older men of the society will also buck. The young men will be standing home alone with no family saying, yeah, I think we might have to put these hoes in check, but I can't say that.
Can
That's
I ask
basically
you a
what I'm saying.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on for a
Respectfully,
second,
like,
Lena. Hold on for a
okay,
second, Lena. Let him finish.
okay,
Let him finish. No.
okay.
No, I'm fine.
Oh,
That's some summary of it. We have to keep the women in check. If all the women have taken over all the society, Patrice Colors have made 400 million off of our black men and our black bodies. Our children have become incarcerated, locked up, murdered on the streets on a daily basis. Our children are going missing, and women are running all these departments. I have a best friend. His daughter didn't like the way he disciplined her. He used to tell her, "Don't run in the streets, don't do this, don't do that." She went outside, hit herself, bruised herself, called CPS. He lost his job. He ended up dying of cancer with a bunch of cats and his son. And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that man is dying alone. And it's not good for Adam to be alone. And in order for Adam to rule his world, he must rule his woman. Because we notice Rosa Parks was fake. Rosa Parks was working for NAACP as a secretary. And yet we sent black men into the streets to get their genitalia bitten off because of her. We must understand the games that are being played against us. We must understand that God is of patriarchy and that Satanism is of matriarchy. And from the time we acquiesce to the weaker, we become removed. This is what they found in Haiti. This is what they found in what they're finding in South Africa. This is what they found in other places like Rwanda. They kill out the whites, they take over the society, or the whites come in, they try to work together, they try to take over a spot, and then it comes to Luciferans, where they come and take over everything, they take over all the drilling, they push child sex changes in Qatar, they pull child sex changes in America, because they are putting them in the image of their God. If Eve will not be ruled, Lilith will rule over Adam. And respect to everybody on the panel, man. Thanks for the conversation, but I stand where I stand. If it says it in Nahum, whoredoms, then maybe I should say whore instead of hoe. But
No,
as
and
far as I'm
that's why I
concerned, we
want
gotta
to.
get these hoes.
Yeah. Mm.
Hold on for a second, y'all. Y'all finish the panel. Hold on for a second. Hold on.
That's why I wanted to ask you, like, that's why I wanted to know, like, do you have children with more than one mother, or is just like one woman that you've been with and she has submitted to you? Because you say put these hoes in check, and like, what was your relationship like with your mom? At the end of the day, I'm all for a woman knowing her position in a relationship. I don't feel like one should dominate over the other, because I had to go through understanding that I am my own person. So when you say put these whores or whoredom in check, what do you actually mean by that? Because what you're classifying is just what your ideology think. Like, every woman is not how you feel they are.
By the time most women hit 25, they have about 50 bodies.
That's not true.
These women are not becoming married. These women are
That's
going to
not
work for
true.
their boss, but they will not
That's
work for
not
their
true.
husband. These women will
And
go
if
to
you
college for 4 years, but will not study how to cook. These
that's
are
not
whores. They are
true.
not in check. They need to get put.
Okay, so brother, just respectfully, where are you at, and what rock are you under? Because I see more women that's being independent and having entrepreneurship, and they're surpassing the men. That's why most of these women think that they don't need men, and I think that's where you're getting it messed up at. And at the end of the day, everyone needs love. The point that I'm trying to make is, you're saying that we need to be in check. How many kids do you have? Are you with a lady? Are you married? What have, like, because I'm trying to understand why you have this stance on women. I get that you like the Bible. I don't. I came up in a family that was Jehovah Witnesses, so their Bible was totally different. I went through to me that was a cult, so I'm more on a spirituality type of thing, and I tried the conscious community, all that. At the end of the day, I know good people when I see them. If they give me a good word, I'll listen. You could give me a scripture too. Hallelujah. But I'm just trying to understand why you feel like women need to be in check. Like, what was you going through with women? Do you have a woman in your life? Did you have to put her in check and she felt like you were suppressing who she was? Explain that to me, because I'm kind of, that's where I'm lost at. You don't seem like an unintelligent person.
Can I can
Remember,
I say can I say something before you speak, Midas? I think the biggest thing when this when these type of conversations go on like this, we as the people having the conversation, we have to remove our emotion from the conversation and don't answer to certain things if it don't involve ourselves. If you know that you are a woman doing what you're supposed to do, you can only speak for yourself as a woman. We can't speak and say, well, this is not going on or that is not going on, but you're doing your job as a woman and as a mother. That's totally different because you say you willing to submit to a certain extent. But the way that we gonna get understanding through these type of conversations are, we can't take on to the conversation as if it's a direct message to
No,
you,
Big
the
Bob, I
person.
didn't take it personally. I'm asking him because I honestly want to understand. Like he's actually speaking something that I never really heard a person say. I'm honestly interested. I didn't take it personal. I'm learning. These are builds for me. I don't take nothing personal on the internet because I really don't know y'all. And y'all didn't say, he didn't say nothing to me disrespectful. So it's not personal. I'm really asking him a genuine question. I really want to understand
and I
because
never
when he
would
say,
disrespect you, sister.
yeah, when he
Say
say whoredom and all that other stuff, I really want to understand why he feel that way. And sometimes even if he say no, ain't nobody hurt me or this and that and the third. This is why I'm saying. But for me, I understand the scriptures, but I don't really subscribe to it. Like I said, for me, religion went a different way because I was brought up in a religion, and that kind of deterred me. I started looking at different things, and I just said, you know what? I know I have a spirit that's on me that guides me. A spirituality. I know for a fact, and I come to Dana Channel on Sundays when I want to get the spirit inside of me, and I'll probably put on something on the TV. So that's how I deal with that. But I really want to understand it because that scripture I never heard before, and they kill you in Jehovah Witness school, like child. Anyway, but I really didn't take it personal. I really want to understand what he's saying, like real talk. That's why I come and
But
listen to you, Va, because y'all
yes,
have different
ma'am.
perspectives, and
Yes,
Levi
ma'am.
too.
Yes, ma'am. But you cannot take this. You cannot allow anyone, including myself, to take the scriptures, be it Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Christian, whatever you want to label it, because God is one God. But
Right.
you should never allow anyone to use the scripture and not put it and not contextualize it yourself. And I'll give an example what the brother just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
If you play the tape back, I said prior to the woman being made, the Most High told Adam, "This universe belongs to you. Subdue it. You are my vicegerent. You are standing in the place of me." Listen, the brother Midas he places the cart before the horse, and he talks about what God said to the woman.
Okay.
Listen let me say this real quick. I'm gonna be brief. Listen, how the hell how could we even justify having a woman subjected to us, subservient to us, and we telling her, oh yeah, she cleans the house, she irons the clothes, yeah, she I got her in check. But then you say to your woman, oh shit, my boss just called me and said I have to work overtime, so I gotta go. I won't be home till 3 hours later. So while you're trying to put her in check, you have submitted to a world of white supremacy. You have submitted to a construct owned by white folks who told you 1 hour of your life is worth $22. You make $22 an hour, nigga. And when I tell you to be here, you better be here so you can feed your family, so that wife that's submitting to you has a roof over her head. Sister Lena, listen, God only desire for the black man to be submissive to him. The black man is supposed to be dependent upon God and only God, not Amazon or this job here or Ford Motor Company or this, that. No. When a person says, I'm paying you $15 an hour, they're saying, you're going to go with God or you're going to come with me? Because this $15 an hour, you're going to need it to sustain yourself. But the book tells us the white man is not sustaining the birds, the foxes, the raccoons, the possums, everything else that God created is not dependent on a white man to survive. Listen to me. This is about to get real deep. Give me 10 seconds. But we are. You could never convince me that should be our focus, is trying to put the hammer down and put our foot down on black women and putting holes in check. We want to put holes in check, but we don't want to put the bastard, the satanic supremacists that made them holes and turned them into holes. The book says, does God blame the pot or the potter? Who does God blame? Does God blame the pot or does he blame he who formed the pot? Every other culture, just about every other culture, their women are naturally submissive to the men. It's not that way. See, I live around a lot of white, wealthy Europeans. I'm telling you. And if y'all think that the black woman is a hoe, if y'all think that the black woman is a sack chaser, you should come out here where I live and see these white women riding in Benzes and Bentleys and sit there with white men. But every goddamn chance they get, they're winking at me, smiling at me. They'll be sitting in the car next to them. I'm out on my bike or going for a walk, and they'll be cutting their eyes at me. The only reason why the white woman is submissive to the white man in upper society is because the white man got the bag. And this is why that same white man never wanted black men to have the bag, because if we were controllers of our own destiny, if we were running even our own communities and running our own show, forget about the world, forget about the big giant world, let's deal with our own communities. If we had our own communities economically sound, where we're running this thing, we're running everything, you'll see white women, Asian women, Indian women trying to get to the hood every damn chance they get, because all of them want black men. This is why the white man has made a concerted effort to keep us impotent. Does that mean I desire a woman? Hell no. I don't desire a women. But at the same time, I'll say it again to Brother Midas, and I'm done. You can never talk to me, my dear brother, with all love and respect, about putting the black woman in check. But at the same time, we own no factories, we own no schools, we own no businesses, we don't own nothing. Every black community throughout America, after the Civil War, we own less than 1% of the wealth of this nation. And in 2022, we own less than 1% of the wealth of this nation. Even with the acquisition of every discipline, we have doctorates, PhDs, bachelor's, master's degrees in every damn discipline. A black man talking about I am an economist, but look at our economy. You got black doctors, black surgeons, but look at they ain't built one damn black hospital. You understand? So when you talk to Levi, my dear brother, or anyone else about subduing the black woman, I'm gonna say to that black man, no, you need to subdue this goddamn racist system and that which is oppressing you and your black woman. And I'll be quiet and listen, my dear brother and sister.
Anybody else want to say anything first? Or thank you, Levi, man. Respect that there. I understand exactly where you come from.
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to say anything first? Or I don't want to cut off anybody and like take over the panel. From my point of view.
Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. So, because you responded to Levi, go ahead.
Right. Y'all should talking to each other. So I'm listening.
Wait, one thing, Dana, Malik said drop the link, so he don't see it up at the top. I guess he wants you to drop the link for him.
It's at the top of the chat.
He got to hit it twice. It's not like the other thing. You got to hit that twice, and you're gonna see the little blue letters at the bottom. You got to touch it twice, brother. See, I got brother Midas corner right now. Hey, brother Midas is corner right now. He thinking he about to come on out on me. Come on, brother Midas, come on.
Yo, you know I love debates, man. You know I love
Yes,
the debates, Levi. And
yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna go straight to Leviticus 19:29.
Mm-hmm.
Do not prostitute thy daughter. I don't want to be a Bible thumper, but this is what we're seeing. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. This is what we're seeing day to day. Now, we may not have all these corporations, and we may not have had all those corporations back in the 60s. Back in the 60s, if we had this panel, every man on this panel would have at least one wife, for sure. The color purple in the Boston society has cast the black man as the purveyor of crime, the purveyor of destruction of the neighborhood and the society, when really and truly the woman and the man have been separated through welfare. And from the time that happened, and the woman was incentivized to keep her father out the house, the child's father out of the house, and to condemn the child's father, basically tearing the child apart from God, then we are being slated for removal. And I know you're very, very thinking man, very much a thinking man. If you want to take it as color, you can take it as color. I believe it started more along the lines of gender. I believe it always starts along the lines of gender, whereby they have to split male Adam from Eve. And if we have to go to that, we have to look at how the beast system was created in 1947 when the Titanic was sunk by J.P. Morgan and the guy from Hershey. And that's when they started manipulating society, bringing the Great Depression around 1939. Before that, make sure that the woman goes out to work, get rid of all your valuable metal, send it overseas to wars that don't really need to be fought, to basically stop what they had over there as a transsexual revolution. We have been fighting the enemies of evil for so long, and because the story of Lilith was precluded from the Christian text and given to the Judaic text, we don't even understand where our enemy is or what they want. Even the Muslim, right? And I'm going to talk to you seriously and other Muslims about this soon. Cause I met a young Muslim brother today. He said he was going to buy a house cash, and it was like he had, he was going to buy a piece of land cash. It was sizable, but I was like, you got cash? Get some food, get some, other things, and shout me when the things pop off. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to be ready for something totally different than you've ever seen. All these people who are taking advantage of our society look like us. I remember when New York was good until David Dinkins, who looked like me, came in. I remember when America was great till Obama said, let's get rid of all the gay bashing thing. We're going to go for the marriages. We're going to make this all for them. Because woman is being removed. Anytime you aggrandize one over the next, you're looking to destroy them. That's how Haiti was destroyed. And I think I would love for you to look in the real story of Haiti and how Toussaint Louverture used to ride around on a big horse. The dude had cash. You know what I'm saying? And he used to go out there stirring up stuff between the whites and the blacks. So even the laws were equal between the whites and the blacks, but they still never saw it because of the propaganda they were pushing. So eventually what they did was give the blacks more rights than the whites, subjugated the whites, and it ended up becoming a killing spree. Got rid of all the whites, took over the territory, and then destroyed the blacks because their God must eat the children. Their God must be able to take advantage, molest. We're going against people. I believe Sister Lena said somebody was molested at the age of 2 years old. If we look at the CIA and the FBI and what they've been doing with all these molestation counts that's going under the table while they go for R. Kelly, babies. I'm seeing babies in these lineups, man. These people are sick. I'm seeing
Even
videos of little
killing.
boys talking about they go in rooms with their teachers and their fathers, and they run around in a circle, eat children, and have sex with one of the boys, but they don't want to eat him because he's a vegan. He's not a vegan, so they don't want to eat him. He eats meat. These people are sick that we're going against.
Brother,
And we must
do y'all
understand they're evil and they have no color.
have y'all ever seen that
These
show
women need to
on
get in check.
TLC? Have y'all ever seen that show on TLC called the Douglas Plus 10? It's a white family. Long story short, one of their sons is like 19 and counting, some shit like that. Long story short, they found one of the family members making money on TV, all this millionaires, being in the underground porn world, had sadistic stuff on there. Anyway, they finally found him guilty and he went to jail. And you're absolutely right. We also have to watch out for everything that's going on in our community and outside of it. But at the end of the day, I don't really, like you said, it's not color. But I really don't feel like it have nothing to do with the Bible. I just feel like people are sick. Nobody don't know. Like Levi said, we black people really don't know our roots. We don't. Every other nationality person, not nationality, but race or ethnicity, if you want to call it that, they can honestly say where they came from. Like, we got to go on ancestry.com to really figure out where our roots derived from, because of, like you said, the shit, the mess that was going on in Africa. Of course, we know some of our black people sold us because it's all a money game. But at the end of the day, God do prevail, and I believe what Levi said. Like, the Most High is the one that's gonna do everything for you, whoever y'all want to call him. If you believe in Hinduism, Hebrewism, and I'm not knocking anything, but at the end of the day, I don't feel like that equates to you saying that you need to put a black woman in her place. And again, I respect you. I don't have no reason to disrespect you, but that's where I was trying to get at, and I was trying to understand, because you come from a black woman, and you're talking about Haiti, so you must be from there, so you understand the oppression. So why would you want to do that to a black woman?
Well, sister, the white woman got to get put in check too, and so do the Hispanics, and so do some of the Muslims.
Let me say this, brother.
I'm not precluding any from being put in check. All of them need
Let
to
me-
get put in check.
Let me
Otherwise,
say
they
this,
get
brother. Brother, you will do 10 life sentences if you try to put a white woman, Arab woman, any other in check. You'll get the electric chair, for one. Now, let me back up. Because I like to give people tangible. When I refute someone, I like it to be tangible, where a person can actually feel it and touch it. Now, when Brother Midas says that it's not race, it's gender, and he talked about the bestiality, the low forms of human beings and the things that they do, which he's absolutely right. Sister Angie, I believe, can relate to this. Anyone over the age of 40, 45 should be able to relate to this. There was a time when we would be watching the news as children, and they would say, man rapes daughter and cuts her head off. News at 11. News at 10. Every black person in every black neighborhood didn't have to even think twice about it. They said, well, that wasn't one of us. Is that right, Sister Angie?
I concur.
Sister Angie, is she there? Thank you, sister. Is Sister Angie there?
Yeah, she here, but I think she said she'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here. I
Would
just
you
can't
agree
make
with
up.
that? Do you remember a time when it was a heinous crime of somebody's head being cut off? The man raped the daughter and then cut the two daughters' heads off. When we heard that, we knew it wasn't no black person. Affirmatively, do you
Yeah.
remember that? Is that
Yeah.
true?
Right.
Okay, so you can feel and touch my argument. I'm giving evidentiary facts. There was a time when black men, when I was a kid, wouldn't even admit that they ate PUSSY. Black men didn't even admit, they didn't brag about eating PU. But white men bragged about, no, come on, let's deal with the tangible reality now.
He ain't lying.
Am I telling the truth?
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are.
saying,
You are
like,
absolutely
Okay,
right.
bro.
I'm
No,
over
hold on.
35.
That's right. Now let's deal with the facts. There was a time that we would not even imagine doing what they did on a normal everyday basis. The white men would be bragging about licking the girl's this. That lifestyle, that alternative lifestyle, Brother Midas, that you spoke about, came from them. It did not come from us. So the scriptures.
Bestiality came from them.
Say it again.
Bestiality came from
All
them.
of it. Listen, I live where we
Everything that
live.
we call freaky. Oh, I'm sorry, Levi. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, let me say this. I go through the woods a lot on my bike, and I sit and watch the animals and stuff. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. But sometimes I'll get to an area that's all woods, and I start thinking like, damn, When you know the history of the European, there was a time that's all they saw. They lived amongst the beast. They cohabited with the beast. You've heard, we never heard no shit. Who you think came up with the slogan, dog is a man's best friend? Who came up with that? There wasn't no black person. They said a dog is a man's best friend. They cohabited with the dog. Their history is with the dog. There's a whole book in the Holy Quran. If y'all have time, Google it and read it, called The Cave. It's a whole book in the Holy Quran called The Cave. And the cave describes a certain group of people. They were going with one another. They were going with their children. They were doing it all sexually. Listen, but guess what? They were made that way. It's a natural thing to them. So when you go to the Holy Scriptures and you listen to a conversation between God and Satan, oh man, I like to listen to the real conversations. God said to Satan walking with the angels, God said, hold on. He said, where you coming from, Satan? I'm from here, there, to and fro, devouring whoever I want to devour. Y'all know, then it was the Job story. However, in one of the conversations that Satan had with God, he said, you know what? Since you have caused me to err, since you made me this way, and I remember reading this when I was 10 years old. Satan, Shaitan, says to the Most High, since you made me this way, I'm going to be in front of them, behind them, to their left, and to their right. I'm going to turn them into what you made me. Listen, I'm going to turn them into what you made me. Here comes chemical engineering. A lot of this, and this is no slight to the LBGT, I'm telling y'all, these people can put chemicals in you to make you love a bird. These people, when it comes to the science of the mind and the body and genetics, they are masters of it. They went into Germany, as Brother Midas should know, and Hitler was doing the real experimentation. And when they defeated Germany, they went and got all them books. Just like they went into Kemet and Egypt. Whenever they conquer a place, they go get all of the wealth and knowledge. And Hitler, when it came to biochemical engineering, how to splice genes, how to make a man a woman a man, he had it all. And Hitler said something.
Levi, have you ever heard of this movie called Caligula?
Yes, definitely.
And that movie explains everything that you're talking about. It was based in the Greek time, y'all. It had everything with bestiality, women on women, men on men.
Yes.
He even had those Greek people, men, dressed up as women. And he's explaining everything that was already proclaimed. And I do believe that it is in the Bible. See, one thing about the Bible is it tells you hidden secrets. When people think pedophilia wasn't a thing, God told you it was. It's in the Bible. And so I'm not going to say I'm never surprised. I just feel like our justice system should deal with these people differently. But of course they're not. They'll give those predators less time than a man that was proven innocent and still put him on trial to try to say that he's guilty. And that all go back to what Dana J was saying. When did the lack of respect for people's life become disrespectful to where you have to do mess like this to try to ruin a man? Like, and that's why I'm happy that he do have the team that he has. One thing for sure, two things positive. I've never seen Levi Fo or Dana. I've seen y'all argue publicly, but I know it's a relationship there because y'all still come back together. And people that want to say they fight in this fight, I've seen where they try to throw the wrench in there. And this is why we need leaders like you to talk. Because honestly speaking, if I would have talked to Midas in a way that I would have came off, what you said was perfectly the way that needed to be said, especially about shutting the black woman down. Because guess what? You as a black man think black women don't need their black men. That's a lie. All of us don't feed into that ideology. No, I'm not gonna just be your pick me woman and follow everything that you say, but I love a strong black man that could lead, and I'm gonna play my position. And that position means making sure that he has everything that he need to do what he have to do, and I'm on go with him. I'm gonna have your back. If you're wrong, we'll talk about that later. You know, women want, oh, you wrong, you want to disrespect. No, it's all about accordance and how you was raised. I'm a woman that know how to treat a man and respect a man. So when you ask me to be quiet, I was quiet until you told me I overtalked you or you cut me off. But it's all jokes and games. At the end of the day, is the main thing that need to come back is black women respecting black men accordingly, but give us that same respect because we need y'all. Bottom line, we need y'all, and I'm so happy that I found Levi because he is the voice. You understand? I was on
So
the
can I
channel
ask
when
you a
he cursed
question?
that black woman out. Yeah, sure.
Can I ask you a question? Because I don't know if anybody saw what I posted on YouTube earlier today. But I posted, I said, let's talk reality. Social media has exposed too many black women. Stability is boredom to them. They get the house, vacations, clothes, shoes, bags, lifestyle, etc. that they wanted and posted all about it. Now they are bored in their big house. Somebody has to pay for this. Their men pay in time, they pay in sacrifice. It's not fun anymore, and they want to be in the streets. They never cared about being a wife or the marriage, only about getting a pretty ring and having a large wedding to stunt on other women. It's all for show. The ink don't even dry on their marriage certificate before they're running to the courthouse to file for divorce, stating irreco- ir- irreconcilable differences. The whole time, they just wanted to go back outside in my Mo 3 voice with the man's money. I've seen so many women fuck up relationships with good men because they thought they had options. The only thing that options mean is sex. They left for the rugged ass nigga, got pregnant, and learned about life real quick. Now they want to come back. Bless the woman who continued this cycle. Man after man after man, child after child after child. They haven't experienced men in generations. They have no blueprint of what a man is supposed to be. They think if he slang that thing good, he's a keeper. Mama done taught them that men are liabilities and children's are assets. Women don't like accountability. We all know that. We play victim in situations that we created. We stay with the wrong ones too long. We break our own hearts and that nasty cycle. We grow old, heartless, bitter, and if we just did the inner work, our healing would come much faster. But you can't heal a broken heart if you keep pretending that it isn't broken. The the condensing entitled Rude, Mean, Nasty Ass Attitudes tell us we all need to know about you. Deflection, denial, projection, being a narcissist, and gaslighting will never get you what you're searching for. You don't want or need a man. That's fine. But it's trendy to act like we don't. Women complain about doing it all along, but in the same breath declare that they need help. Have an attitude all the time because I'm not obligated to speak to no man. I don't owe you nothing. But the next day, yell protect black women. Women come on this app every day and unite over pettiness, pain, and trauma bonds. It costs absolutely nothing to treat black men, not these niggas y'all chase, but black melanated men with kindness, dignity, and respect. I know that there will be an argumentative woman coming directly to my post. Who picked you, sis? Are you married? Even if my intimate relationship came to an end, I won't get bitter. It speaks volumes when you can still remain a class act no matter what others do to you. You are the one that remains true to yourself. So many bitter, mean ass women nowadays talking about, I'm not doing all of this for a boyfriend. How do you think you get to be a wife? by by bending over. Y'all push whole human beings out for men who are your boyfriend, but treating a real man with respect is where you draw the line. Please stop capping on this app. Laughing emoji. A lot of women hang out with the same type of women, whether it be her mother, sisters, aunts, cousins, friends, hell, even grandmamas. She has no accountability in her social groups. That's why so many women think they are innocent or victims, because the women perpetrating this behavior will always validate them. As soon as another woman tells the truth or corrects her fellow sister, she's a pick me. Well, you know what? Some of us were picked to tell y'all the truth. I don't mind one bit who agree and who don't. Just know that hashtag Dana J said it. I wrote that out of watching people cheer for Robert's demise. And as I was watching different people, words were coming and I was just putting it into place. So, what do y'all feel about that?
So I'm gonna chime in on it, and you know what, Dana, you have also put up another post on your page, and you was basically saying when did it become a thing for women to put a value on a body in order to get a man or please a man or whatever the case may be. And at the end of the day, I feel you on that because I come from the old school, and this is the thing in the matter: we done seen the world change, and most of all, when this pandemic came a lot of non-black people didn't understand what it felt like to be shut in. They got to experience our world, but then this world wide web became founded to a lot of people that was already up here spreading the news, and they seen how popularity came about. And the bottom line is this: nobody is going to understand what it means to be genuine to yourself until they understand how to be genuine to their self. And everything that you wrote in there, a lot of the stuff that you said, I have went through those things, those exact things. The only difference is that never mind, I ain't gonna talk about the marriage, but the point that I'm trying to make is you're absolutely right. And when you become a person to realize that you want better for yourself, you ain't gonna put yourself out there to be a commodity just for your body. A lot of these women, and we see it in the athletes and everything else, they're messing with these men just to get a bag. Once they get that bag, the ring don't really exist no more. We seen what Evelyn Lozada went through with homeboy. You understand what I'm saying? Just to say to get knocked up with the baseball player baby and still didn't go down that aisle. Like, let's talk about it. And at the end of the day, I can honestly say I've been a woman guilty of being in a relationship and still entertaining somebody else, not because, oh, it's gonna be better, but because of the loneliness that the mate wasn't given to me, or whatever the case may be, or knowing that we have an understanding. At the end of the day, I realize that I can't honestly put my finger on why people do what they do, but I could get an understanding of why people feel the way that they feel. Take a look at it and not even really being personal with it, but it is something that you got to think about even in my older age, and it's such a true thing. I don't even understand why women did it. And I have a friend that married her. She was with a man for like 15 years. They got married. They stayed married for 2 years. She divorced him. Yeah, he had money, but I'm just trying to understand, why would you stay with him for 15 years before y'all got married? And then 2 years later, yeah, you're married. So that's 17 years. And then you go file for what you said, irreconcilable differences. So yeah, okay, you got the house, but now you're saying, oh, because you used to a certain lifestyle. So you want a certain amount of money. And that all that plays into, it's just, I really believe the way this world is going, people look at these celebrities as wanting to be them. They take on that lifestyle. I also wanted to touch on the whole transsexual thing, and I'm one of the people that's in my kids' school. I had to let them know I don't want that teach. I don't want nobody in here teaching my son anything. He's excluded from all of that. You have to let them know, because at the end of the day, he's 9 years old. Once I will let him know what that lifestyle is. It's too much of the propaganda going on. But again, I have read it in the Bible, so we know that these entities and bio warfare is going on. I don't think that we're ever going to get rid of it. All I do know is that God is the leader of everything, and once He's ready to shut it all down, He will. But Dana, you already know. You're right. Those words that you spoke is because you see females coming at you in those type of ways. You see what goes on here. Your friend is being caught up in a whirlwind of nonsense, and we all know that. Yo, you had a lot going on, and there was people in your chat saying, no, R. Kelly wasn't up there just to meet people. He was going to the schools to visit a teacher that he liked up there, and they seen him, and it just shows validation that y'all trying to make him out to be something that he's not. And I always bring it back to that is because the bottom line is he's not getting a fair chance. He's just not, and y'all need to keep your foot on their necks.
Yes, ma'am. Let me say this. What Dana just, that was profound what you wrote. And it actually it draws parallel to what Brother Midas was saying. And I don't want anyone to think that I was disagreeing with Brother Midas. Everything that he read, he was right on point. I was only trying to contextualize it and put it in its proper context and put it chronologically. What's what? Here it is, simple. It's very simple. What Dana talked about, the women hooking up with guys for money, this, that, and the third, that is unnatural. How could our grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers struggle? Some of them sharecroppers, broke as hell, and have women that stayed with them from their 20s all the way until they left here in their 80s and 90s. That was real love. Whenever you incorporate money into anything, the love of money is the root of all evil. Whenever you put money in the mix, it automatically erodes the foundation. It's about the foundation of things. In relationships, y'all listening to a man, let me tell you something. You may not believe this, but my wealth of knowledge and wisdom, it came from women. Observing women, talking to women, seeing the God in women. But I just come from that era, 88, where we had the nice whips and we was out doing our thing, and I was hitting them all. Trust me, the ones I wanted to hit. And it taught me that you can never get full. You can never, the gratification, the momentary, temporary gratification of sex, that stimulation that lasts with most people maybe 10, 15 minutes, with me is about an hour and a half, 2 hours. You heard me? that sexual stimulation, that experience, it is momentary. So I got to a point where, like an experiment, I said, you know what? I'm gonna quit appealing to these women's their lower desires, and I'm gonna stimulate their minds. And when I did that, it was phenomenal. Where I had so many women because I wasn't even trying to jump into bed with them. It was just conversation, going out, talking. How were you raised? And talking about their upbringing and stimulating their minds. And to be honest with you, you can't get rid of a woman when you stimulating their minds. You know why? That mind stimulation, I'm not talking about playing mind games. I'm talking about I'm a genuine person. I was just tired of just hitting them and quitting them, hitting them. I was tired of that shit. And I'm like, I'm far too intelligent to be out here on that. So, well, to be honest with you, it was a young lady. She looked like Holly Berry. And I met her at the club. And it just so happened, when we got back to my place, oh my God, she was fine as hell. And I was about to go in And we started talking. Y'all know I talk a long time and shit. I'm a conversationalist. So we started talking. And as we started talking, we looked up, the sun was coming up, bro. We've been talking for 2.5, 3 hours. So I was like, damn, you want to get some breakfast? We went to the restaurant, a 24-hour restaurant, Coney Island, and we were eating. And she looked at me and she said, wow, my God. She said, this is when I really had a change. She said, that is crazy. When I saw you in the club, I thought you was just this player ass nigga that was so I came to fuck, basically, she told me. But talking to you, oh my God. And we started talking more, and we go back, sit in the ride. She starts crying and tells me that she has herpes. Her friend called us, are you gonna tell him? She was like, that's her telling me, I'm not gonna tell you, whatever. And she says she tells me, she said, I got herpes. And she went in her purse and pulled out the medicine. This was back in fucking 94. She pulls out the medicine and she said, this is what I take it. She told me how she caught it. And she just starts crying. And she was like, why couldn't I have met a man like you? Her ex-boyfriend gave it to her. And she said to me, it changed my life, what she said to me. She said, you are a very attractive man. And I see all them women looking at you in the club and stuff. Please don't mess yourself up. Man, my God. I used to meet with my homies like the next day. We all talk about the chicks or whatever. And they all was sitting there. Everybody was drinking and shit. Like, you hit it? Tell us about it. What happened? We used to tell stories, And I told them that, and they were like, damn. And that changed my life. It saved me from catching herpes because I was engaging in conversation. I was stimulating her mind. And she told me if you was just a player ass nigga, hey, we was about to get it on. But I cannot do that to you. And we remained friends after that. However, what Dana wrote about is simple. The marriage vows that people take, if you read them, it doesn't have anything to do with sex. It doesn't have anything to do with money. It doesn't have anything to do with fiance, wife, husband, girlfriend, boyfriend. No, it has everything to do with true friendship. It is a friendship vow, for better or for worse. You could be broke as hell, as long as you're ambitious. As long as you're ambitious, I'm riding with you. In sickness or in health. Shit, we might get married. We both 30, you 30, I'm 29, and something happens where you can't have sex, baby, for the rest of your life. Anything can happen. Well, there's no more sex. I still love you. I'm your friend. I'll just have to not have sex with you for the rest of my life. You understand? That's the friendship vow. But that's natural. Everything I just described is natural. Everything that Dana wrote about is unnatural. All these things are unnatural. Listen, the reality, what Brother Midas was saying, those women who hook up with men for money, it is not that they're whores. No, they've given themselves over to whoredom. It is the reprobate mind that operates in damn near all of us. I'm talking about the black community. There's a reprobate mind in existence. And that reprobate mind, I'm telling y'all, came out of the caves and hillsides of Europe. It came with the conquerors, going and pillaging, and the Vandals, and going into every land, pillaging, placing emphasis on diamonds and gold when we had that shit sitting around. That wasn't nothing to us. But it is that reprobate mind, that materialistic mind is a reprobate mind. So now the horse is out of the stable, y'all. Our people are too far gone. Listen. Listen. If you were walking from Canada and you think you're going in another direction, and a lot of people have done this throughout history, and they end up settling somewhere else, shit, you can't. You done went in the wrong direction, but it's gonna come to a point where you gonna say we gotta stay here. Shit, we can't walk way back where we're trying to get to. That's where we are as a people. We are too far gone. The Bible predicted it. The lost sheep is over. We're just lost. We're gone. I told y'all earlier that the wicked one told God what he was going to do. I'm going to turn them into trainees, and I'm going to turn them into lusters after money. Everything that we are, I'm going to turn your people into it right before your eyes. So Jesus comes on, Yahshua comes on the scene and makes it clear. Go not in the way of the Gentiles. Now, that would be perceived as racism today, or Jesus was a racist, or no. He's saying, don't follow after these people now, for they are this, they are that, they murderers, they lust after money, and everything that he warned us about, Jesus. We fast forward and we get to the crossroads where you have a Malcolm. God always puts two roads in front of you. You have a Malcolm X and a Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King is saying, lust after these people. Good man, lovely man, noble man, well-intended. But we want to beg them to let us in their restaurants and so they can spit in our food and defecate, put defecation and urine in our food. And if you follow the cancer rates of black people, we did not start catching these diseases until after the goddamn public accommodations bill, when we made them, through legislation, let us in their damn restaurants so they can feed us. That in and of itself is insane. A person telling you, I don't want I hate you so much, I don't want your money. Nah, we don't want no niggas in here. And you gonna go to the damn Congress and the legislators and say we want to go anyway. Are you insane? I'm not trying to eat in nobody's restaurant that don't want my money. So they put defecation, urination, spit, and you name it in our food, and then you start seeing us getting sick. It was unheard of back in the South for a black person to get cancer and all this shit. But getting back to my point as I close out, the horse is out the stable now. Everything that we're witnessing right now is Bible, not only Bible prophecy, the Holy Scriptures, Quranic prophecy. If you look at the Native Americans, they prophesied this. All of them prophesied the pale horse and the black horse, and that's why I tell Brother Midas, it is race. You're dealing
Even
with
a pandemic, Levi. Even a pandemic. And now the
diabolical
monkeypox
people. You're dealing with a diabolical people. Listen, y'all, I'm gonna be quiet, and I'm not saying no more after this. We, as a people, have been put through the most human, you name it, we've been through it. You name it, we have been in America. What they're doing to Robert is just business as usual. You name it, we've gone through it. Burned at the stake, lynched, locked up unjustly. Everything that any human being could ever suffer, we have suffered it. And God himself, through his prophets, prophesied it. And then here comes the good news that he will come. He will set justice in the earth. Listen, bro, it's too far gone. I'm a rational, logical man. Brother Midas, I appreciate your sentiments, but go out there and try to put some of these black women in check, and you might end up in a box. What do you mean I'm gonna put them in? You can't. It's too far gone, brother. Idealistically, it sounds, yeah, I respect that, but realistically, it's over. We're done. It is not. I don't even look at the solution no more turning to us, government. No, I look at the solution turning to God, and I thank him. When I see, bro, I see some of them, man, let me tell you something. I see some of the most horrendous stuff. It just breaks my heart, but I know it has to transpire. I went into a Mediterranean restaurant in the hood, not in the hood, but in a suburban town away from where we live. And I stopped in there, and time I walked in, I turned around. It made me sick. And these are so-called Muslim Arabs. And I saw a young black girl in there, about 16, 17, cleaning, working for them. And I looked, and it sickened my soul, and I just turned around, because it's just slavery. Everyone that had their hands in slavery, the Arabs, the Jews, the Anglo, white, all of them, to the brother Midas, when you talked about the Muslims and all that, brother, when we were being lynched from trees, brother, when we were eating out of troughs, there were Arab Muslims walking around America doing business with white folks, bro. King Solomon said it best. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that we've talked about tonight, including Robert, everything that Dana described in his writings, everything is nothing but that which is part and parcel of our enslavement, our kidnapping, our bondage, and we were turned over to the worst brutality imaginable. Listen, if we saw a movie if they put a movie out, it would last about a month or two, and we saw the real truth of slavery, if we saw the real truth, not Roots, where they sit at a table in a shack eating. No, we ate out of troughs. We ate out of troughs like they feed cows and pigs. They put the slop in there and we'll just eat it. If you want to know what really happened to us during slavery, one thing I will always give white people, one thing I'll always give them, they are recorders of history, of their history. They're recorders of it. Our history, we've erased it, not purposely, but we've been here forever down there. But they are a new people. So just like a kid walks around, bring a kid to your house, a little baby. That baby gonna be touching everything, looking around, going in the drawers, and the baby's gonna be curious because he's new. This is new. He just came here. It's a new environment. So they are very curious, and historically they note everything. So after the Emancipation Proclamation, some of the ones from the North went to the South and literally interviewed those slaves. And the stories that they told, the world doesn't even know, and it's sitting right there in the Library of Congress. What they told them, what they went through. The men were raped. The babies were raped. They did it all to us. They would kill the mother and father after Abraham Lincoln did that, and just put the little kids out from the plantation, where the little kids were made to wander the road. And so many of them were being killed and brutally slain that they would run in the woods, and then they would find other kids, and you would see 50, 100, 200 kids surviving from the ages of 1 month old, 2 months old, all the way to the age of 13, 14. These are the kids, and they're taking care of one another. They're sleeping in the goddamn woods, surviving, trying to eat. What did I just say? Satan told God, since you drove us to the woods, since you drove us to the caves and the hillsides of Europe, and we had to eat and sleep in the woods and cohabit with beasts, you turned us into what we are. And I'd be damned if I don't take your people and make them go through what you put us through. And that's all we're looking at. We're in a wilderness, brothers and sisters. Wow. We are this. You name it, we are it. Murderers, rape, we're everything. But does God blame the pot or the potter? God knows what they made us. He knows they made us pimps and hoes and drug dealers and fornicators. Everything, they made us that. Do I believe in personal responsibility? You're damn right. But at the same time, the book says it clearly. We were born in a world of sin. That's a fact. But we were shaped by the hands of iniquity. And those hands, whether you like it or not, Brother Midas, whether this person like it or not, whoever, those hands just happen to be white hands. They made India what it is and Africa what it is. They made the native Australians, and they ruined the whole planet. So the book says, woe to the entire inhabited earth. Satan has been casted down, and he shall manage to deceive the entire inhabited earth. Every nook and cranny. He can't get to the wildlife, so he says, I just kill them. I put oil in the goddamn season. Since the whales and the fish and the birds and all of the rest of your creation submits to you, I just kill them off. But this black man and this black woman, shit, I'm gonna make them everything you made us plus some. So I'm way past all that trying to come up with a solution for our people. It is, listen, I'm the kind of nigga, I go to the casino and lose enough and say, okay, let me get out of here. Yeah, let me go. I lost. You feel me? And that's where we are. And I'm going to be quiet. I've been talking for 20 minutes. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, respect, brother. Angie, you want to say something first? Because I know she's been quiet for a minute, man. I don't want
No, I'm good. I'm good. Y'all go ahead. I'm good.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the build, Levi, Angie, Dana. Always a pleasure. And I'll be down in the chat. I gotta go to work in the morning, guys. I appreciate y'all. And Midas, I don't know if you got a page, but I know Dana usually plug all his people that he follow and he support, and I'll definitely support. I appreciate all of y'all, and just keep this message going on. Dana, you already know what it is. I'll see y'all later, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want people to misconstrue what I
Big
said.
Vibe still up here, Vibe. My bad, Vibe. Have a good night, bro.
Good night.
Yeah, I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying, like I'm giving up on black people. No. I'm saying it comes a time when you really look at what we've gone through and you look at Robert's situation, when you can see a government circumvent their own damn laws, check this out, and say, well, double jeopardy is double jeopardy, but we're going to get around that. We're going to justify it. Listen, well, which Ms. Walker would say, well, they're coming back with obstruction. Well, damn, Dana, you, I, Brother Midas, everybody listening to this. That nigga's my cousin. I had to hear the shit every day when he beat that case. I was with the nigga 2 or 3 days before he beat the case and prayed for him in a room full of people. After he beat it, every day I heard it. He paid the family off. He did this. He did that. That was fucking, excuse me for swearing, that was 2008. Everybody, Jim DeRogatis wrote goddamn articles and books about it. How long has Jim DeRogatis been beating that drum that he sent the people to France and he paid them off? Why wasn't the federal authorities interested then? That's a good question. That's $1 million question. A nigga singer allegedly is on tape and he beats the case, and all through MTV, all through the Chicago Tribune, you have Jim DeRogatis. Everybody in every barbershop and hair salon are debating whether or not it was him or did he pay the family off. Everybody was talking about it. They had the marriage to Aaliyah on MTV. It wasn't no internet back then. It wasn't no 10 or 15 shows. There was only one that was prominent in music, and that was MTV News. And they talked, matter of fact, they're the ones that went and got the damn annulment, the papers and shit. Why?
A source one got it, and they blasted it on your MTV News and your MTV Raps.
That's right. So why didn't the authorities step in then? Why didn't they step? Do you realize any dope dealer, anyone, when you are found not guilty on a state case, and there is a resemblance or anything that looks like jury tampering, obstruction, which they're charging them with now, the federal authorities it is their judicial responsibility. They got to step in. And R. Kelly was bigger than life back then. He was huge. Why didn't they step in then, y'all? That was the perfect time to step in and say, no, hell no. We about to get down to the bottom of this. They could have subpoenaed his financial records. They could have done everything that they did in determining whether or not he paid that family off. So don't come to me with it. Okay? Don't come to me with it. This is bigger than R. Kelly. This is huge. This is huge. And Old Cole, get ready.
Are you ready for this?
Go ahead, brother.
I say you ready? You ready?
Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, but
you can hear me, right?
He broke up.
Yeah, this is much bigger than R. Kelly. And this is why I say it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with color. Because if Jay-Z is behind this here because of the $75 million loss he got for the lawsuit, Obama hired the judge, Ann Donnelly. She only had 2 cases. The Trump Muslim ban to allow Muslims in, right? And the other one was just R. Kelly. And she's been railroading this brother straight through. Tamara Simmons, black woman. Cheryl Mack, black woman. Every accuser of R. Kelly is a black woman. What we do every day is putting these females in check. That's what we do. Now,
brother,
in slavery, if we're looking at slavery, we got to look at the 1,500 years, not the 400. We got to look at the 1,100 years before the 400 when the whites actually came and saw the business and saw that we were getting our penises cut off. Because that was the rule. That's why they don't have that many black people in Arab nations. And this is why I also tell Arab people, you must be very cautious. You are next on the lineup. All Muslims are next on the lineup. Because once they get, if the true enemy is the woman, and they use you to get rid of the other people who actually are supporting and want the woman to thrive, then you're going to be cannon fodder. It's going to become Qatar, where they're taking their children now, cutting off their penises as children because the little men identify as gay. I want to big up Dana's poem on the lack of and recognize Dana is writing truth about his lack of submission that he is getting in life. All now you should have maybe 1 to 3 wives behind him from the dream team. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go to work, help pay some bills. We're gonna make sure all the kids are taken care of. The ex that didn't want to be in the house, she got to pay for us to take care of these kids because I'm gonna keep the kids in my house. Because if they stay over there, they're gonna get the spirit of Satan. And a lot of y'all men who have to pay child support know you're paying money to the spirit of Satan. Y'all know
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Herpes. Yes, sir. The reason they told y'all about herpes, the reason they told y'all about HIV, because you cannot give away condoms to a homosexual. You can't. You could give them away. They'll probably blow them up and use them as dolls. They were targeted by Fauci back in the 80s, where they said HIV was spread through semen and backdoor activity, right? Once they found out that was false, and they probably found this out probably in the early 90s, that's when they started doing this whole gay big bash, bunch of guys together, Caligula sort of thing. And if we look at Caligula, we got to go also back to the 300 years that weren't well recorded in Egypt, where they dammed the Nile and they started going to attrition. And that's when Alexander came over there and actually took a lot of people out of bondage within Egypt. Because all history is all fake. We're made to aggrandize the evil and made to love and made to hate what's good. They don't tell us about Booker T. Washington. They don't tell us about how the Republicans were started up by 4 black men. They don't tell us that lynching was started by Democrats. They don't tell you all that Roots is fake and whatever is on there, only 1% of whites actually had slaves, and 45% of those whites were Jewish. And the rest of most of the other Jews actually controlled the money and the stir of the money. You know, we're kind of late to a game. We're so late to a game, and the Muslims will be removed on On my life and the life of my father, I say that the Muslims will be removed next, and not by who you think.
Yes, sir, brother. Let me say this to you, that it is, the Most High says, seek my face, seek knowledge. When you really get to that level, that's why I talked about Satan's conversation with the Most High. When you get to that level, you are absolutely right. It does supersede and exceed race. We war not against flesh and blood, but principalities and unseen forces in high places. You're right in that regard. However, if we inside of a house and people are rushing the house, but somebody sent them, I cannot sit and conversate with you and the other 5 or 6 people that's in the house with us and tell them, wait, let me sit y'all down and explain this to y'all. They are being sent by some, the person that sent them is in Utah. And then, the hell with that. We got to deal with them coming in on the house right now. We have to deal with white supremacy as it now stands. For it is white supremacy. When I say, see, I'm not an illogical man or a shallow man. When I say white supremacy, you go through all of the black neighborhoods and black communities throughout America, and you have black police chiefs. You have black mayors and black congresspersons. That don't mean a damn thing to me. A mannequin in a window doesn't mean anything to me. What you put up as a front, okay? Yes, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. In the broader scheme of things, when you get to that level, that spiritual level of understanding, but in doing so, you cannot put the cart before the horse. Listen, Brother Malcolm X put the cart before the horse. And he says he goes to Mecca, Hajj, and, he's enlightened. But his enlightenment did not prevent that same white supremacist system from taking him out. That man, in his final days, if you listen to his recorded message to the messenger, he told him everything you said was right. That man, the messenger, Elijah Muhammad, there's not one. I'm a man. I am the kind of man that I listen. If it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Everything that man said was absolutely true. We cannot afford as a people to worry about the world, the Muslims, the this, the that, because they don't give a damn about us. They don't give a damn about us. They have been the executioners of us. So if you read Yeshua, who he came to, the lost sheep, it says in 1 Matthew, and he shall save his people from their sins. Charity begins at home and spreads abroad. I can't worry about, I see little Asian babies where I live, and I love little babies and stuff. Like, oh, look at little baby. But I tell you one thing, our babies are in the worst condition. Our babies are owed the entire world. We are owed the world because the book says undeserved suffering is redemptive in the eyes of the Most High. Undeserved. Why you think, whether you say it's metaphoric or not, Jesus had to go through some things in order to sit at the right hand of God. He had to be a sacrifice. Well, we have been more than a sacrifice as a people. We have been through it all. We have been through it all. And so I choose to focus on my people, me as a black man in America first. That's just me. I don't choose to think about trigonometry and algebra and all of the higher mathematical sciences. I choose to focus right on 1 + 1 = 2. 2 + 2 = 4. I'm not trying to be advanced where I'm thinking. You know why? Because once this is over, everything that we should know, we're going to know, or at least most of it. But I know one thing, this satanic system has to go. That's one thing I know. The second thing I know is that it is more to this life than what we see. I can stand as a man, a sane, logical man, and say affirmatively that it is more to what we know. If we, this life is way more to it. It's way more to what we see. It is so deep. And Satan has had his run, and I'm looking forward to this world being ushered out, and God's kingdom being ushered in. Now, does that mean I'm the kind of person that believes in praying and sitting on my knees and doing nothing? Hell no. We have to do what we can. But at the same time, it's just, I'm sorry. You ever been late for a plane? I think everybody been late for a plane. And when you get that airport, say, hey, listen, you can sit there and talk to them people all you want. That plane is up in the air. That plane gone. It's over. You feel me? That's how I see it. Like, hey, and I'm supposed to be sitting here arguing, talking about, why don't you tell them to turn around? Y'all, all that, whatever. You feel me? It's over. The planes took off. And so, brother Midas, do you believe in UFOs?
I believe in the people.
I believe UFOs are not what
you believe in what?
What we think they are.
You believe in what?
I believe they are they're not what we think they are. If you watch the movie, it's on YouTube, Lucifer Rising, right? UFOs would then signify them bringing in the Satan spirit, the transsexual. Because even if you watch the old movie Omicron, I got to God not through being a Christian and going to church every week and being a Bible thumper, but actually going and checking this whole COVID and what DVOC meant. When we check what DVOC means, it's all about the Jewish possession of a spirit by a demon.
Wait, hold on. So you said that hold on. Wait, 1 second. Hold on. Let's be clear now. So now you try to tell me that the damn UFOs and the extraterrestrials are homosexual? Homosexual.
What?
Thanks.
Hold on.
Oh no. Oh no.
Let's be clear.
That's why they worship a demon god. That's why they worship that. Yup. That's what it's all about. Make it make sense. And their children will be vicious. The way they look. I don't know, but the weirdos I swipe.
Hey,
just
man.
going by the data, man.
I can't discount it. I can't say you don't know what you're talking about. Who knows? I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? I mean,
I'm gonna say this, man. For the people on the UFOs, they are guardians, bro. They ain't no crazy people. It's the reptilians that's here and the Luciferians that's here. They're the ones, but nah, man. Are the ones on the wheel?
You better get that.
Say it again, brother Mike.
Get that ball guard. They coming. Y'all better get that ball guard. We got to start walking around with them chastity belts and shit. We in troubles, bro.
Jesus Christ. Hey, brother, I can't discount what you're saying. I'm not that kind of person. You know what I'm saying? I will say this, though. Before it's all over, it will be revealed. I believe in life after death. I believe that an infinite God can give us infinite life. I don't know what form it'll be in. I don't know if it's reincarnation. I don't know. But I do know this. There is more in this world than meets the eye. I've experienced too much in life not to know it. My mother was clairvoyant, and I know that there's a spiritual world out there. And I know that, good and evil coincides with one another in this world. And, I continue to pray for my cousin, but I'm working. You know, prayer without works is dead. I'm working also, and I have to go. But I'm gonna say this: that oh, how I wish that the conversations concerning R. Kelly, going back 3 years ago, had been along the lines of this intellectual conversation that we're having today, because these kind of conversations that induce thinking and thought is what is needed, bro. It is. Listen, I was listening to NPR a couple of years ago, and it got me to thinking. It was a woman walking around on NPR with a microphone, a highly sensitive microphone, and she was in the woods. Then she'll go here, she'll go there, and she was just observing noise. And after I heard that on NPR, I just started observing. I would go to the suburbs, then go back, which we're further up north to where we live, then go to the hood, to the casino. And one thing you will find in the black communities throughout America, there's a lot of fucking noise. There's a lot of, you feel me? Like there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of chaos. And in that environment, you will never produce anything. It requires, do y'all notice when you go to a library or a university, am I telling the truth when I say this? There's a different energy there. Would you agree with that, Brother Midas?
Yeah.
Yeah, because why? Those minds are thinking, and it creates a total different energy in those places. And that is the energy that is needed to assist Robert. We need that kind of energy. Like I said, those people that got him in this are thinking people. And we have to be thinking people, even just on that spiritual plane of thinking people without arguing and all of the bull crap, bro. And, you know, we'll see results. So,
Hey, Levi, hold on. And before you go, I want to show you something.
yes, sir.
I want everybody to see this, actually. I want everybody to see this. Where is that? Okay. I want everybody to see this. How do I make this bigger? Okay. I don't think it'll get bigger. Hold on. My bad. Hold on. Because I don't think a lot of people have seen this right here. So, go here. Here we go. Okay. So I can't make it bigger, but I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. So,
yeah, bro.
This is what it pretty much says, and all of us are here. It says, "We love you, Rob." Geronda Johnson cried, earning a stiff arm wave from Kelly. Johnson, and it have an underline, a bold underline underneath this. It said Johnson was 18 with the ID to prove it, and planned to spend the next few weeks at the courthouse, testing her personal system of justice. If he's hot, he must be innocent. I've seen that tape. That ain't him on that tape. He wouldn't do nothing like that, Johnson said. So what would you say if R. Kelly asked you out? I inquired. Geronda said, yes, he ain't even got to finish the sentence. What if he wanted to tape you? Johnson paused a beat. Just don't let it go public. What do you think about that? What do y'all think about that when you start seeing stuff like that go on? And then years later, she turned around with another story.
I gotta go, so I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think that I'm gonna be honest. Condemning the accusers is a waste of time. Now, I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying, and I'm feeling you on this. Condemning the accusers is a waste of time. You know why? We've heard damn near all of them say one thing and say another. We heard people sit on a Lifetime docuseries and say things, and then you come out and find out that's a damn lie. So many lies were told on Lifetime. We even watched in New York certain accusers sit on a witness stand and totally, well, you said this then, well, you said this now. But wait, when you were in the room with the investigators, did they have a pen and pad? Yeah, well, they wrote this down and said you said this. And basically, some of them said, yeah, I said it, but I'm saying this now. Contradictory or contradictions in statements, inconsistencies in statements, outright damn lies being exposed didn't mean nothing. When a jury deliberates 5 or 6 hours, that means that they deemed the man guilty before they even got in there. Okay? So I'm not going to waste time, me personally, pointing out how the accusers lied and they say they were 18. We know that. It's bigger than R. Kelly. I've come to know this. It's much bigger than him. These people are saying, gather around, niggas. We about to lynch this nigga in front of y'all. The same way they did back during slavery, post-slavery, Jim Crow. And the grown men and women stood there and watched it and knew better to say a word. That's what you're seeing with all these celebrities, silent as hell. They scared. Fear. So that ain't nothing new. We've always stood around and watched one of ours be lynched right in front of us. And that's what they're trying to do to him. Plain and simple. So I've evolved, brother. I'm past that now. You know, trying to point out the inconsistencies and knowing that they're lying and all, that don't mean shit. Listen, man.
I'm just asking you, what do you
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think it's a damn shame, but I think it is what it is. And I think that, and I have to go, but I think that those who claim to support R. Kelly and advocate for him, those who claim to be pro R. Kelly are just as guilty as them. They're just, not everyone, but a lot of you all are just as guilty as those alleged victims sitting up there telling lie after lie after lie after lie. You know why most of y'all are just as guilty as them? And I'm gone when I say this. You saw a man enter into this movement, Satan, disrupted. You saw a man come on the scene and let you know, I'm here to rape this shit. Hit my cash app, give me your money. Talking to some of y'all like dogs. And then you saw that same man, when Dana exposed him, so-called man, tell you what he really felt about R. Kelly. And a lot of y'all still ran after him and still tuned in and still hit his cash app. Then you saw that same man outright lie when the dude from Bolingbrook came out and said, you killed the baby. And he said to y'all, that's a lie. And then when it was evident, he came out and talked. I guess he said, to hell with it, yeah, I killed him. And if you want to know how I killed the little damn baby, hit my cash app, I'll tell you. And a lot of y'all still tuned in and still ran after him. You heard him call Robert dope Dylan singers and tell you what he felt about him, and you still fucked with him. Excuse me, Dana, for swearing. So how the hell you gonna sit there and talk about the accusers lying? Because if you all, each and every one of you, was sincere about advocating for Robert, time you heard that person talk about him like a dog, time you discovered he killed the baby, you would have said, oh, I'm done with him. But I've seen females that I've even talked to on YouTube offline years ago say, well, that happened years ago. Who gives a damn if he killed a 5-year-old baby? And I said to myself, you'll never speak to me again, bitch. Yeah, that was one of the times I said bitch. I told you I can count on one hand when I've used that kind of language about a woman. But that is a bitch that can sit and try to condone a man that took a 5-year-old innocent autistic child away from this planet. So don't tell me about Azriel and this one and that one and Geronda Pace and this one and that one. When your moral code and your moral measuring stick is the same, you're the same thing as them. And this is why he's in what he's in, because a lot of you are here for entertainment at the expense of that man's life. And you can never, ever, 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 ever convince me. Y'all have sat and tried to condemn Levi for certain people who talked about him like a goddamn dog, who went on shows and condemned and was paid to talk about him. But you've never heard Levi say a bad thing about that man. You've never heard me walk away from or see me walk away from him or leave him in a lurch and say to hell with R. Kelly, he ain't this and yeah, he did this, and sitting up on Tasha K, sitting up on different shows talking about him like a goddamn dog. But these same people can come back to y'all and you embrace them. So don't ever talk to me about Azriel, Faith Rider, none of them. Because y'all the same, not all of y'all, but most of y'all are the same goddamn thing as them. You don't have no character. You don't have no moral standing. Huh? You don't have that. When have you ever seen Levi double back? Everyone that Levi drew a line with and said, no, you want some, no, I ain't messing with you. I kept it that way. The young lady said earlier that she seen me and Dana argue. You ain't never seen me and Dana argue. Dana will say, you see the glimpse of the conversations Dana and I have behind the scenes. That's what you've seen. And what you've seen publicly is Dana say, all right, Levi, click and hang the damn phone. You come off. Because he's not going to disrespect me and come on his channel and yeah, this motherfucker, no, he's not going to disrespect me like that. That's a fact. And I respect that about him. He doesn't do that. So you haven't seen it. If you think you've seen us argue, you should see some of our private conversations. That nigga told me, Dana told me about a month ago, Dana? Nigga, I called the nigga for something. Nigga say, all right, Levi. I said, wait, hold on. What'd you say? He said, I'm busy. I said, nigga, wait. Am I trying to help you or you trying to help me? I'm about to go out of town. I said, nigga, we hung up and talked for a few days. But that's our relationship. I tell him straight up. He'll tell me, hey, we have real conversations. So you ain't never seen me and Dana argue. But what you have seen are a bunch of fake perpetrating a fraud as dirty, low-down, uneducated, woman-beating, baby-killing people, bitches, and low-down dogs sit and take the focus off of R. Kelly and put it on them. That's what you've seen. And since y'all went along with it, man, please, trust me, I don't give a damn about, hey, leave that out. Oh, hell no. If you had any respect for Robert Kelly, I don't give a damn who they are. When you hear people sitting up for money, talking about him and going on shows and then coming back on it, I've never seen nothing like it. I've never seen nothing like it where they can just say one thing, the next day say something else. Y'all sitting there, okay, motherfucker told you I hate you. Then you look, I love you. Say, okay, come on in. Shit. Not me. Who's been laughing?
Angie, you know what
You hear that, Miss Walker?
Yeah, I'm laughing too.
Yeah.
One day they shoot at your ass, and the next day they come to my room. Well, I ain't mean to shoot at you. Say, okay, come on, let's have a drink. Sitting there with them eating and shit.
These people are crazy, baby. I'm tired. I am done. I'm telling you.
Shit.
This is the craziest shit I ever seen in my life. I don't mean to be cussing up here, Dana. Oh Lord, Dana. I don't mean to be cussing up here.
Okay, go ahead.
I know. I know this was peaceful brotherly love live. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave here and go raise hell. But
Oh, well, I'm coming over there for that one. Oh Lord.
yeah, unfortunately, I'm so sick of this.
Have you ever seen anything like it, Miss Walker?
I ain't never seen. I'm trying to tell you, when I say how we do things here, when because I thought that's how people do things most everywhere, but apparently it's not. This is some strange shit here. This is strange. I don't know nothing about none of this. And I don't want to even get comfortable with knowing it. I don't want to. Nope. 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 I'm tired.
Yeah, I ain't never seen nothing
This
like
is
it
the
in my life.
craziest shit I ever seen in my damn life.
Hey, a
Nobody
person
makes
say,
sense.
listen, there's grown ass people sitting there now. I've seen this
Yeah.
for years. I've seen this for years. Person says, if you go over there, don't come over here. What the hell? What? If you go over there, I don't want to. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, Levi. Hold on. I gotta defend that one. I said that a couple times because of the fact of I don't want that energy and that drama, but that come from them stupid ass pages over here. And on top of that, listen. And on top of that, I always say I don't tell people where to go.
You just said you did.
Listen, Levi. Listen, Levi. I always tell people I don't tell them where to go. I don't tell them what to do. My thing is, if you're a mod for me, you can't go mod for my enemy. If that's how you rolling, then I go stay modding for my enemy, and I'll just unmod you and then find some real mods. You know what I mean? And because that's how drama stay into the battlefield. Look, if you want to leave the drama alone, and you got to cut the drama shit out.
I don't get into the YouTube politics that deep, but I don't even know what the process of mods and I don't know. You already know that. I don't know what that mod or the mod is, but I do know this.
Witches mod. You had a witch as your mod.
I know. I mean, I've allowed people to get past me, but at the same time, I'm personally, and I'll say this because I don't have two faces. I personally, I've been there. Don't get me wrong. I've said it like, wait a minute. This person dealing with this person. Then I had to come to the realization and say, well, hey, it is what it is. Like with you, perfect example. What did I ask you when you called me earlier? You said I'm having a panel. You coming through? I say, first thing I asked you, I said, who are you inviting? First thing I asked, I said, who are you inviting?
Terrorists.
Right, because that's fine. I'm not gonna say I ain't fucking with Dana because Dana invited. Hey, if they coming to your house, that's fine. I just go move on. Ain't no big guy. I ain't mad at you, but that's just how I live. I've always lived my life. Like I said, I only sat on certain porches. You feel me? All my life as a child, I didn't just go anywhere. But at the end of the day, do you all agree with me? And I want to hear this from Dana himself.
Okay.
You cannot, not you, but we cannot condemn Faith Rogers, Azrael Clary, Geronda, this one, that one, all of them. And at the same time, on this end, you see some of the most disloyal, crazy people over on this end can spot people that they know are trying to pimp Robert's name and still mess with him. I just come, listen, bro, I'm not a perfect man. I've made mistakes that I regret. Okay? Let me finish real quick, Dana. But at the same time, if you notice and observe Levi, I got a certain way about me. And that's just me. So when I see people flipping and flopping, I don't flip and flop. I just don't do it. They mad at me because I said Larry made a damn fool out of him. Then he did. They mad at me because I didn't want to see Larry killed in prison. They're mad at me because I expressed the same sentiments that Robert expressed of not trying to kill people. And I hate you bitches and this, that, and the third. He don't carry himself like that, So, but at the same time, I'm sorry to cut you off, Dana. All I'm saying All I'm saying is about character. It's about character. And no way the hell I'm going to sit around and watch people talk about Robert's accusers. But they are doing and saying things that are absolutely antithetical to his support and to undermine his cases. And bro, it's simple, man. It's simple. If you show me you ain't who you pretend to be, it's over. Bye. I walked away from women that I loved to death. I loved them. But I'm the kind of person, I'm going to give you the shirt off my back. I'm going to give you my shoes if you need them. If the road is rocky. I am a true friend. I'm a friend to the end. But if you can't give me a glove, I gave me the shirt off my back. Now you can't give me a glove and you get to, hey, I'm sorry. With all due respect. There's no arguing. I just walk away. That's just me. But, you know, like I said, it's too much disingenuousness on the so-called R. Kelly side. It's too much unethicalness. It's too much. It's just, you know, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's the character of individuals. And I don't get it, man. One day I'm going to open up the panel and let anybody say whatever you want to say to me. Listen, I'm a answer the questions and say, okay, what's the problem? You got people who got a problem with me for nothing. You got a problem with me for everything I've said. I've been consistent, never told a goddamn lie. You got niggas talking about I ain't his cousin while they saying this shit. I'm talking to the nigga. What the fuck? You like, come on now. But I've never tried to dignify their accusations towards me because guess what? They're just people with a cell phone, a Gmail account. That's it. Okay, what I'm going to do? I'm not going to sit there and explain to a stranger about a man that I've known for decades. That's insane.
Well, you know, they say I don't know him, and I took their favorite blogger too.
I know.
I've never understood that.
Yeah. But, brother, I got to go. Whatever you have to say, I'm going to be listening. But this was a very, see, I don't have, like I said, I love like the exchange with Brother Midas and you and, you know, that's my field right there is analysis and thinking. Not a man got me thinking that the damn UFOs are full of homosexuals. I mean, goddamn. Goddamn.
It's not the UFOs. It's not the UFOs. It's the reptilians, man.
Hey, Dana, you see that rainbow light, the rainbow lights on them UFOs, Dana? Goddamn, they got me thinking now. Hold on.
Man, we definitely got.
Yo, they coming to probe you, man. Be careful.
Abductions and shit. Hold on.
Man, look, we definitely got to get a panel going on Rumble so we can have the free reign to talk about some real politics stuff that I told Levi about 3 years ago, and he told me I was crazy. But now Levi looking like I want to talk about that.
Right. Well, there's no such thing as a conspiracy theorist no more because anything goes. As far as I can, you know, anything goes, man.
A conspiracy theorist was only made by the government to condense true information.
Right, the conspirators, right? The conspirators made up the conspiracy theorist shit. The conspirators. All right, y'all. Angie, if you're going on, I'm gonna be listening, and I got to get some rest. That's why I was. Listen, man, I was supposed to be asleep 3 hours. I got to be up real early on some business, and I'm like, I said, let me go on here, and I knew it. You know, and I say this also, y'all. Oak Cove, you're done. Plain and simple. Because it is this environment that Oak Cove fears. It is the civilized discussion that Oak Cove fears. You know, because that is what causes people to really think. This is why the world is not aware of a lot of things that's transpired in Rob's case, because there's been too much of the beefing and this, you know, the crazy stuff, bro. It's about the intelligent, the real intelligent conversation. I ain't talking about that so-called doctor either. I'm talking about the real intelligent conversation. You feel me? So, you know, you ain't intelligent as far as I'm concerned. You sitting on wiretaps and shit, cases and fucking bribery cases. You couldn't be that damn intelligent. I wish somebody would call me and say, Azriel want to speak to me. Hey, listen, let somebody call me and say, Azriel want to speak to me.
No.
Shit. I have to click. I would click. Hey, that's intelligent, right, Miss Walker? That's intelligent. Click.
But I guess the rice wasn't done boiling. I guess it wasn't done boiling yet.
Well, still, intelligence is what you do, not what you say. Shit is what you do. She
But I
wants to
will.
speak to you, please.
But I will say this: you are in a bribery indictment, and then you jump out there talking about, oh, I'll go tell them everything I know, and you don't get the indictment. Man, come on, bro.
Yes, sir. And it's a difference between telling. See, this is the thing, and lying. And that's what I want to clear up real quick. 95% of the people that worked for Robert, that was around him, I would say 90%. 90% told, but they told them people whatever they wanted to hear. That's all. There's a difference between telling and just sitting up there and telling the person whatever they want to hear. That's it. You know, them people have a way to scare your ass to make you tell on your own mama. Say, yeah, she did it. So, you know, we'll see. I enjoyed the exchange though, y'all, and I'll be watching your channel, Miss Walker, and Brother Dana, nephew. Thanks a lot. You guys have all the people in the chat have a nice evening.
All right, thank you.
Respect to the.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for
Bye
having
bye.
me, Dana.
So, Ms. Angie, what you think? And your closing
Well,
remarks.
well, one thing I want to say is that as this relates to social media, one thing I was thinking of earlier, do you know that we learn in different ways, right? We were raised, by different methods, right? We were raised by our parents, we in family, we were raised by our church, we was raised by schooling. But you know what? One element that we have now that we're being raised by, and when I say we, I mean kids as adults and what have you, we're being raised by social media.
Facts.
We've been raised by social media.
Facts.
And I just want to say to Midas May, I don't know if you've been told this, or I don't know if this is on purpose or whatever, but do you know that you sound like Malcolm X?
Midas.
Can you hear me?
Excuse me. You said what?
Maybe he can't hear me. Because you sound like Malcolm X, Mr. Midas. I don't know if anybody ever told you that or what, but you sound like Malcolm X. With that being said, let me go and get on out of here. I got to leave the peace to go to the beef. I'm so tired of this. I don't know what to do. This is crazy. I'm okay, y'all. All right, Dana. Thank you, y'all. All right, Chad. Thank you, y'all.
All right, Angie. Yo, you know it's good when Angie stays around and Levi stays around, going deep too, man.
It's about
Yeah,
to
they
get ugly
respect.
with them. Man, Jesus. Yeah, but what you think of your closing comments? Midas.
You know how I feel, man. Keep them in check. Jahonda Pace was not underage according to the testimony. She got into a courtroom. Keep her in check. This other person, they weren't 17 at the time. They said they were 18. Keep them in check. These people are liars. They're frauds. They're deceivers, and they are the children of the lie. I ain't playing with none of them. Most of these people organizing against you are these covens. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Skylight?
Hey, man. Oh, she came out licking her tongue. I think out like that. I'm looking like, ooh. Wait a minute. Skylight got her little glasses on. She like,
You see what I'm trying to get her at your house?
Wait, man. The Skylight came in like this. She came in like this.
Gene Jr.
Skylight said, I said, wait a minute. I thought it was Jennifer for a minute. I'm looking like, you said you Skylight. What you doing over our house?
Look, I'm Gene Jr. I saw you had your wife beat on, so I went and put mine on. I'm
yeah. Definitely. But yeah, we was just talking and vibing about, disrespect and respect. And then we went into but I put up Geronda's real testimony.
Okay.
And I sent that to That testimony, I sent that to Canic, but the PI and Sylvia and them persuaded Canic not to use it. That would have showed the whole point that she lied. So it's a lot of stuff that was sent over to them that they didn't use that could have really showed the jurors like, yo, wait a minute, yeah, they lying.
Yeah. I mean, that's when you have a case like this and it's a lot of quote unquote testimony that's being used as evidence, and you got some thoughts on the stand, you have to counter what they're saying. You have to contradict what they're saying. So that's the only way you could do that, and if he would have asked her questions in regards to her statement, you testified this, but did you also make this statement via YouTube or wherever else it may be? That's a contradictory. I should say a contradiction that anybody can see, and the average juror can understand it. So.
And actually, that was her interview, but that she did on what is y'all news? What is y'all newspaper in Chicago?
Sun Times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the Sun
And the
Times.
thing about it was, and the reporter asked to see her ID and verified that she was 18.
Was she 18? No, or did she have an ID?
Oh, you want to see it again?
Yeah, I don't think I saw that because I have to apologize because I sure just woke up when I came in here.
Yeah. Hold on, let me put it on there.
I don't even think she was with R. Kelly. I think that whole thing of her being with R. Kelly was a lie, yo. It doesn't make sense to me. I know she was with Bubba. Why R. Kelly doesn't even seem. If she was with him, she would have had pictures. There's no evidence. None of this is based on evidence.
Well, her testimony, unfortunately, her lying testimony is considered evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't see that. Now, what do that say?
But I'm reading it. It says, "We love you, Rob." Geronda Johnson cried, earning a stiff arm wave from Kelly. And then in bold underlined print, it says Johnson was 18 with the ID to prove it and planned to spend the next few weeks at the courthouse, testing her personal system of justice. If he's hot, he must be innocent. I've seen that tape. That ain't him on that tape. He wouldn't do nothing like that, Johnson said. So, what would you say if R. Kelly asked you out? I inquired. Geronda said, yes. He ain't even got to finish the sentence. Okay, what if he wanted to tape you? Johnson paused a beat and said, just don't let it go public. So if that's how you really feel, where's all this stuff you talking about now coming from? Just like with this one and with Lisa Van Allen. Lisa Van Allen joint. Hold on, let me see if I can make this bigger. This one I can make bigger. Lisa Van Allen said at Sunset Boulevard 91, how could I hate someone who hasn't done anything to me? I don't even hate Rob, and he used all of us. No, and he used us all, to be honest. So Drea can speak about their old ass relationship, but I can't. Doesn't the world deserve the facts? I was the first to come out, and I'm not charging for my story. It's free. # raise awareness. Just like I read that, that's jealousy right there.
Wait, who was that saying that? Oh, Lisa, I'm the first one to come out, and what?
And I'm not charging for my story. It's free.
Raise awareness of what?
I mean, of how good,
like raise awareness of what?
Of how good Rob treated her.
Yeah, of how good of a he was. Because what are you talking about? Raise awareness for what? Because the bottom line, people, and I know you heard this word all over the internet, these women were willing participants. Okay, period, point blank. They could try and sit up here and act like they weren't they were victimized in some type of way. They went into Rob's world, okay, in the Kells' world. He didn't go into their world. They were willing participants.
And
Period.
that's the point that I'm trying to get to, because I be listening to some of Oko rhetoric and they be like, oh no, he's this, he's that, he's this and that. How?
No.
He didn't go seeking them.
He didn't seek them out. He didn't have to entice them, and that's when you listen to it's so funny because when you listen to the stuff that the government reads back, they make statements like they made a double statement. I had wrote it in my notes. They said something like he used his fame so he didn't have to entice young women, but then in the next couple of paragraphs you come back and say that he abused, enticed, and went to seek them out. So which one is it?
Right.
Did his fame automatically attract them, or did he, was he a predator and went to go seek them out?
Right.
If you read and listen to what, I think you read that too. If you go back and pay attention, they double talk. People they trying to create a narrative any way somebody's gonna listen to it. Period, point blank.
And tomorrow morning I'm gonna print out Bo Jeans in response.
Oh, she responded?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna print out Bo Jeans' response, and I'm gonna print out the Milton Brown joint of the Motion to Eliminate.
Okay. I think Andy read part of that. I don't know if I had heard it though.
So I'm gonna definitely read that tomorrow.
Okay. Did you get that sneakers app you was asking me about? Did you find it?
Mm-mm.
You know what? Hold on.
Cause see, I need them sneakers.
Phone right now and show you what it looked like. It's yellow. If you type in what I said, SNK. Let me see. Can you see it?
Oh wow.
SNK SNKRS, and it's actually white. It's white and I don't know if you there.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
Okay.
SNKRS. And that's what they'll have like upcoming. You could add yourself as a guest and they'll have like upcomings and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Midas just sitting there quiet.
You said what?
Midas in there quiet.
I'm just.
If you get a chance, go listen to the podcast that Midas got when I think the one that's titled R. Kelly and Dana J. Rico.
I didn't even know Midas.
The ongoing Rico.
Yeah. What is it, Midas?
And R. Kelly.
What is it, Midas?
The ongoing Rico against R. Kelly and
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know why he keep going out.
Go
stop muting your
I'll be muting it. I'll be muting it, man. So y'all don't hear the background.
But Midas, don't forget that I'm gonna say these women's testimony, unfortunately, lying testimony is evidence. Okay. Their testimony is considered evidence and it was not refuted. So whenever they able to come on and talk and yap their gums, and you don't have a witness or some type of piece of information to counter what they're saying or discredit it, it's going to remain in good standing in the court of law. You see what I'm saying? I've learned a lot from Miss Angie, so when she talks, we all have to make sure that we listen because we know they lying, but when they get in court, if the ineffective counsel is accurate, because those attorneys should have did things Dana just showed. He sent information that could have been used to question one of the accusers, and that's what has to happen. You have to have something to contradict, either attack their character, their statement, or something. Otherwise, it's going to remain as good testimony and considered good evidence.
Yeah, but Skylight, you see to me, right? That seems like guilty until proven innocent. For them to make those statements, they have to have evidence to support it. None of them have any evidence.
They don't have to have that
acceptable within.
They
got it because in Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's trial, they had to all that is called hearsay. Whatever they say is hearsay. You can say whatever you want, but if you have no evidence to back it, then it doesn't mean anything. I could say that, Santa Claus molested me 20 years ago. And if I put it on the record and nobody says Santa Claus molested me, I don't mean I'm molested by Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? I don't get money from Mason.
I'm just trying to tell you. Now Angie got out of here, but when she gets back, I'm trying to tell you. We think
now
it's
when Angie going live, she gonna address something. She's live now.
Okay, but yeah, please don't think that hearsay. It's not hearsay. It's considered evidence.
But
Even
see,
though I disagree
Angie is
with
right
it,
because they. No, sorry, you were saying, yeah, Angie is right because they're inverting the law. It's now guilty until innocent, but it's really innocent until guilty, man. They ain't about to go to sleep. They like, yo, man, too much.
Now, but also I'm gonna say this real quick. Don't forget the Not Guilty public outreach awareness on July the 21st and 22nd at the Daily Center and other locations that will be given out, on the day of. Each one invite one. Please RSVP by July the 1st, 2022. I don't know how you RSVP, but I would think you will have to email Trevin Johnson. If you email Trevin, I guess that's his way of RSVPing.
yeah,
But
Trevor, email in the chat so they can see it. I think it's
yeah,
Trevor
Yeah, Trevin, put your email in the chat.
Johnson at gmail.com. I think that's what he said.
But this the last stance in Chicago. Is the last stance for Rob. I'm just saying. But Midas, how can people hear your podcast, man?
Man, just go on my Twitter. I put up one every now and then, or you might check me on Club Deck. When I get a chance, I just Clubhouse. Every now and then I pop in there or something. But you know what I'm saying? And I wanna apologize to Levi, because that day I was heated. I was like, yo, Levi didn't go for Shabazz, yo. I was like, you know what I'm saying? But that's my boy straight through, man. I want to big up the whole dream team, Skylife. You know what I'm saying? It's just much love on the side, yo. But these women got to get put in check. These women got to get married. Because if they don't submit to us, Antifa come up their ass. And they're going to keep 10 of them in the cage. You know what I'm saying? Like, we going to get real about it. And BLM going to help them too. Yo, they all working together.
He said Mary. Oh, Father. Luck to whoever married them. Might wind up in a video somewhere being a thought. I don't know about that.
I mean, I want to ask this question because I've been wanting to ask women this question for a long time. I don't want to make nobody feel uncomfortable because it's an explicit question, but I just want to know: do women like when a man eat coochie?
It depends on the woman.
But if the man really know what he doing,
depends on the woman.
And other women and other men are hating on that man eating a vagina.
Well, no, it just depends on the women. Like some women like foreplay, some women don't. Some women like penetration. Some women like mental
Let me
stimulation.
ask it this way. Let me ask it this way. Do women get mad when they see men really eating vagina?
Get mad? No,
Yeah.
why would they get mad?
Because a certain group of people try to put out a video talking about, oh, look at Dana eating vagina, but low key they up there keep looking at it like, damn.
That's normal behavior. Like they like to pick on you, Dana. You have to just look at it like that. Nobody.
It's funny.
That's normal behavior. So for anybody to sit up here and try and act like, you did something wrong or was doing something wrong, they just don't like you. You see what I'm saying? So whatever you do, it's going to be a problem. Okay. But it just all depends on the woman. Some women, they like foreplay. They don't like foreplay. Some women want you to suck on their breast. Some women like suck on their ear. Some women like to kiss. You just have to find out what women like,
No, I don't have a problem in that sector. It's
no,
just
I'm
that,
saying, no, I know that, but you asked me, do women mad? I'm saying each woman has their own agenda.
It's just that I understand that my fans and my groupies don't like the fact that it's not them and it was somebody else.
Oh yeah, you had that.
But what get me is when another man is sitting up there like, oh my God. And I'm sitting back like,
well, he's one of the ones that was undesirable in youth, you know, and those are the ones that hate Kels anyway. What they were undesirable is kids and teens. They weren't picked by the ladies. I already got a whole SOP and understanding of those guys that hate Kels.
So when I seen them commenting, the first thing came to my mind was
Yo. But you know the crazy thing though, Dana, man. Why they mad at you when you do it, but they ain't mad at Sly Fox when she did it with a minor?
Oh.
Yeah. Y'all I'm out, fam. Respect, right?
I gotta come off camera now. Look
okay. Everybody going to Angie channel. Okay, that's it. That's it for the night.
Right. All right, you guys. Shout out, chat. Thank you for all the wonderful comments. All right, Dream Team. Good looking out. All right, you guys. All right, Dana. Sorry I came on late, but I'm now subscribed to this channel, so I should be getting my notifications.
Right.
And
I'm going live again tomorrow night.
Okay. I'll see the notification and hop in.
All right.
All right.
All right. Man, I thank y'all for being here tonight with me. Y'all know how it is. We up out of here. Everybody that's staying up third shift, you know Angie going live. Oh, Lord. So, holla at me tomorrow. Same channel, same time. I'm out. Peace. Come on.
The boy never let me in. Sick with the medicine. On the block distributing right with the medicine. Haters don't like me. Heard they wanna fight me. Teflon at your chest. I bet you can't fight these. Mad cause I'm getting dope. Pillsbury ill flow. Niggas love to move slow. You sick of me, don't care though. Yes, I'm a savage. Out for the cabbage. Catch the boy armed up, full metal alchemist. Yes, I'm ill. And yeah, I'm so real. Coward ass niggas coming home without an appeal. Damn, how this getting done? Tell me what's the outcome? Anybody wanna see me? Tell them where the fuck I'm from. Control homes, red rum. Yeah, we get the job done. Out trying to stack chips. Make these haters so sick. If they sick of that, then they really gonna be sick of this. Santa Claus Viper. Haters, Merry Christmas.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama. Said I wanna take a dip in your pool. Just go for a little dive, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.